1. Next over in seat 2, Yan Yen. In the 3 seat, we got local legend David Jackson. Played with him many times, great guy. He's definitely the favorite today. Over in seat 5, we got Dan Stavula. Back in seat 4, Matt Zarkudoulos, local favorite here in Hollywood. Love to see him at the final table. Everyone's getting excited. Next up in seat 6, Nick Seward. There's Nick right there, getting their laughs in early on. And last but not least, seat 7, another local player, Eric Siegel. These players are vying for a top prize of, check out the exact numbers here in a second. Like a top prize of $44,830.
How long do we have to be on this? I'm getting my hoodie.
Action's underway. Blinds are starting at 10,000 and 20,000 with a 20,000 big blind ante. All right. You may notice the blue 25,000 units that the players have. The beige chips are the 5,000 units. Seat 6, Nick opens the action to 40,000. You may notice the lighter color discs that are a little larger than the chips. Those are actually time extensions. There is a shot clock played in this tournament. When we get the overhead view, we'll see in front of the dealer, there's going to be a countdown that he's going to operate. Players seem to have plenty of time chips available, so don't expect them to be mega necessary, but you never know. All right. First hand, Nick's going to take it down with a raise. I'm being told graphics are on the way. We are currently fixing them, so we will be getting graphics and there will be action on display. Give us a moment, though, to dot the I's and cross the
Nobody's looked at the stack.
Ideally, we may be caught up now.
It's not even a 6 up top. I know.
All right, here we go. Graphics look great. The players are talking about looking at these cards are actually quite different. These RFID cards are very thick compared to a normal deck. They don't bend very well. All right. Yan Yen with the Queen 10 offsuit in the hijack. This is likely an open. That is a fairly tight fold. I'm sure he's got a lot of history with David on his left. David's going to make his life a living hell, most likely. David is going to open with the 10-8 here in the cutoff. Matthew's likely mucking this 8 tray suited. Six deuce finds the muck, and Nicholas with the ace-5 off in the big blind here.
Got your phones? There you go. Now it's fast.
Some players may elect to 3-bet this hand. Let's see what he decides to do.
140.
And that's precisely what he does do. 3-bet incoming. 140,000 is the re-raise. And David is certainly not thinking about calling. David is most likely aware that this is a type of hand that he is more likely to 3-bet than call with. Ace-5 plays pretty poorly post-flop, especially out of position, and David's just going to lay it down. He's going to wait for a better spot. Nice raise there by Nick. Takes that one down. There was about 250 big blinds in play to start. You can see the chip distributions right here. Average stack started at about 36 big blinds, so there's a decent chance we might be here for a little while.
Yeah. No problem. I'm both on that.
Siegel is the short stack here in the big blind. He had, I believe, 15 to start this hand.
So I can't hear you behind the bandana.
Couple folds. I think I saw Lanny fold a queen jack off. It seems pretty fine here in early position.
40?
All right, Matthew's going to raise the king 9 here in the cutoff. 3 players left to act behind him.
I think I just folded a good hand.
That was an all right fold there, Lanny. I mentioned that one already. The queen jack, you know, it's one of those you want to play it, but
Jack queen. Probably try to raise, right? Try to raise with Jack queen. Oh, 2 pictures. I would have folded. You would have folded with Jack queen there? All right, there we go. You're better than me. I'll take that. I'll take that as words of advice. Thank you. I'm telling you, I'm looking to finish 5th. That's my goal here today.
hey, laddering up is one of the key strategies. There's nothing wrong with that. This is how ICM affects the game at the final table in ways that are not common in other parts of the tournament. ICM just being a fancy way of saying how you can make the most money in the long run. All right, Dan's going to raise the 2 big blinds. Jack 10 offsuit on the button. And from the small blind here, Eric re-raises all in. Pretty good hand to do it with. I'm sure he expects Dan to be raising pretty wide here. And most likely, Dan's going to need to give him credit for a hand. Looks like he folds his hand pretty quickly. And couple extra chips for Siegel. Nice hand, nicely played. You know, at that point out of the small blind, picking up that pot was huge for him. He was already down. I think he picked up 4 big blinds there, almost between a 25 and 33% jump to a stack. That's nothing wrong with that. Nice hand. David's going to fold the Rigby. Jack 9 suited for Matthew. I'd expect to see an open here.
40?
Sure enough, 40,000. All right, tough spot for Queen 10 there. Too many players left to act behind. Nick here with the ace-8 suited. Let's see, they're playing about 600K effective, so about 30 big blinds. It's a little...
10 seconds.
All right.
100.
Re-raise to 100,000. You heard the dealer mention 10 seconds, Nicholas. That's making sure he uses his time within the reasonable shot clock. All right. So now back to Matthew facing the 3-bet for 60,000 more. I can make a case for all options here, so this is where the game gets a little difficult. Certainly don't mind a fold. Nicholas picks up another pot. And see, what we love about these live stream things is that the players are locked in. They don't have their phones. They don't have access to this live stream. But, you know, the hands that Nick has picked up so far, you know, have been pretty useful hands for information. Those hands are not the obvious way to play those hands. I mean, they are the sharp way to play those hands, don't get me wrong, but, you know, these opponents don't quite know that he only had ace-5 off and ace-8 suited there. Don't mind the fold with ace-9 there. It's a bit of a tricky hand at all times. 9 deuce here, I would expect a walk. Not going to bother. David's an aggressive opponent. It's going to make his life very difficult. So just cut your losses.
The coach is coming.
Does he have your phone?
Yeah.
Figured. Everybody's got people's phones on this table.
Lady Gaga, what's up? Hey, can you give me some coaching?
There's the payouts that we mentioned earlier. 7,300 for the next player, all the way up to that 44,000 top prize and that gorgeous Seminole Hard Rock Poker Open trophy. All right, here's the first real hand we've seen, and looks like we're going to have some action here. Eric's going to open to 45. Laney's got ace-king next to him. All right, there is the re-raise. As long as nobody else picks up a hand in between these two, and Eric's just going to be all in and get called, and we're going to have a 5-card run out here and see if Eric doubles up. And Matthew's not going to get involved.
Call.
All in call, just as I predicted. And we got a little bit of a race here.
Tens usually hold.
I'm assuming these percentages are calculating dead cards removed. Normally this is not a 70-30 spot. I don't necessarily recall seeing ace and kings folded. There was the ace of hearts I did see. So yeah, maybe there's a few of those out of there, and this is the real odds. All right.
What a set.
Tens are now bad for Eric, but unless he pairs the board. All right. Ace, king, or 10 for Lanny, or Eric's going to have a double. And deuce pairs, tens and deuces for the win.
好，现在知道，一会儿见。好，一会儿见啊。
At this stage of the tournament, these hands are almost always all in. It's very little options of getting away. Lanny appears to be down to about 200,000. Still 10 big blinds. Nothing to scoff at. Yep, 209. Siegel up to 38 big blinds, moving him into third place. There's a nice clump of players all in that second to sixth range. So, and they're all one double away from being ahead of David Jackson. So it's still anybody's game for sure.
Sharp, give me two first. That's what you have?
Yeah, these stack sizes are gonna have a little more post flop play. Once the stacks get under 20 big blinds, I think it's gonna be a lot more pre-flop stuff. But unless hands, of course, have 4 bets like the last hand.
Just under 6.
All right, first position. Nick's got the king jack. I could see him raising or folding here, but he's gonna keep the aggression up. So now everybody else in this hand that's not Lanny has to be aware that Lanny is so much shorter than everybody else. And, you know, it's only a, few $1,000 pay jump. I think it's, $2,000, $2,500 at the next spot. Everybody's incentivized to let Lanny, be all in. Whether he doubles or not is yet to be seen. But, if you can make money just by folding, sometimes that becomes appealing. Smooth sailing so far for Nick.
It's 40 net levels. Yeah.
If Lanny gets through these blinds coming up here, he's going to be down to 7.5 blinds. So these next few hands are very crucial. And honestly, everybody at the table knows this. They're all kind of watching him right now and wondering what their move is going to be in response to him.
50 minutes is too long.
Something's actually at 6.
7-6 suited in the muck for Eric. Another bad hand for Lanny. He's not going to give it away. All right, so now blind versus blind. Queen 9 suited. Pretty good hand. But I expected a limp. That seems like a reasonable play. Ace 7 here for Nick.
Everybody shuffling the time chips. We're more heavy. I got 10 of them, so. Me too.
It's like the poker players.
All right, he is going to check. Apparently the time chips are a little heavier than the regular chips. All right. Shoot. Oh, huge flop here. Nick checked his A7, so he is definitely going to be willing to play a decent-sized pot being under-repped like so. Dan definitely flopping bottom 2 pair is likely to be looking to play a huge pot here. It's unlikely that Ace 9 or Ace Queen are in the hands of Nicholas, so he has very little to worry about. Most of the time, 1 big blind is all it takes into 3 big blinds, even if you're bluffing.
No, they put a lock on the phone.
Wow, huge turn card. Nicholas turns 3 of a kind. Dan gets counterfeited. Now he's got aces and queens with just a 9. It's actual disaster card. A single queen still rates to be a pretty good hand here. Yeah, checks it. So now Dan's losing to a hand like Queen 10. And obviously an ace, any ace. But he has reasons to believe that there's not a lot of aces in Nicholas' hand. There's less aces than normal. So it's going to be hard for him to find a fold for any small sizes. So 100K in the middle now, 5 blinds.
I think he
Didn't quite see this size. 65,000. Okay, 65. It's going to be hard to fold a queen here. And it would probably realistically take a pretty big bet on the end. I mean, you know, you got to figure if Nicholas has a hand like Jack 10, Jack 8, 10 8, you know, a lot of those hands are straight draws. Those are hands that are likely to start betting here as an opportunity to try to capitalize. 5 bricks everything. Quick check over from Dan. And now Nicholas almost certainly expects to have the best hand, a very high percentage. How much do you think he can get called for? I bet he goes something like 125 or less. If he goes too big here, I think he doesn't get the call as often as he'd like.
155.
155 an ounce.
Slightly bigger than I said, but not too much bigger. Very tough spot for Dan. Absolutely don't blame him if he makes this call. It's actually it's secretly a fun spot to turn your hand into a bluff too, but it's not worth it, most likely. All right, he is going to use his time extension. I think that's a good decision here. Make sure you're not making a bad quick call. Double check in your head, do the sizes make sense with what you know with each other? I don't know how much experience these guys have with each other. How likely is he to bluff with a straight draw twice? Not always going to do it, but should be doing it sometimes. Very good fold. Wow. I think having the 9 in his hand makes it a little bit of an easier fold. Although I guess he might show down a 9 rather than turn it into a bluff. I don't know. That's a very tricky hand. Blind versus blind is always very difficult.
Thank you.
Very good run out for Nick. A good fold, too. I think that last hand illustrated, you know, a point that I talk a lot, you know, when I coach students is that, you know, bigger sizings are always in play and they should always be considered, but they come with the slight risk of you always get called less often the bigger the sizing is. So, you know, in that example, when you have 3 of a kind aces, you don't expect your opponent to have the ace. You're trying to get hero called more or less. You know, having a queen fold's a disaster in that hand. That's really, you know, when one of the best hands your opponent can have is the one that's folding, that's pretty tough. So, you know, obviously he didn't know what he had, and he may not even if he knew what he had, he might have bet bigger, expecting a queen to call. That was a very nice fold. All right, back to this action. Dan's going to raise the ace-10 off on the button. Eric's going to defend here at the jack-7 suited. Lanny's going to be in the big blind next hand, so he's getting antsy. I would expect Dan to bet 20,000 to 30,000 pretty often here. I mean, this certainly hits a big blind defend range pretty hard. Bets 30 into the 110. Eric goes for the check raise. I don't mind it. It's going to end the hand pretty often, and like all the worst hands are going to be folding. You may get a 9 to call or something like that, but I don't know. Sometimes protecting your stack, just avoiding the ace has value. Can't disagree. If he faced any further action, though, it'd be pretty tough for him to continue.
15, 25, 25.
All right, the blinds have gone up now. Oh, and it would have been interesting if somebody tanked that hand and used some of their time banks to make sure the blinds went up on Lanny. Unfortunately, that's a real strategy that gets utilized these days. Advanced clock management's always in play. David Jackson's still in the lead. 3 players bunched up around 800,000. All right. This hand's all about Lanny. So what I find here also is that the opponents are not going to raise a hand unless they could probably call the all-in, right? So David would probably play that 6-5 suited under most circumstances. But the big blind here is so short that you're more often than not required to either see a showdown or get to the end. So there's a lot of risk in playing a really speculative hand right there. So easy fold by David. Yep.
210 to start.
Nick's making sure he can raise call, which I'm assuming he is going to raise call here. So he's probably going to make it 50,000 and be willing to call the all in. He's already thought that through. And his choice of making it 60 is almost a way of saying, I'm definitely going to be calling if you go all in. You don't have it, don't even get the idea you have any fold equity. He lets the 8-5 go. David folds the Jack-9. Couple trash hands here. Yeah, all these low middling trash hands, you just can't open them with a player so short in the small blind.
1,010 time banks.
All right, all in with ace deuce in the small blind. Yan Yan is calling. Yeah, these hands chop a very high percentage. If someone makes a straight, so be it. Someone makes a deuce or a tray, so be it. But most of the time, this is going to be a split.
Oh, please, bro. It's like a win-win for me anyway. Get to go about my day. Folding here.
And
One more.
clean flop for both players. Yeah, they only need one more over. All right. Tie unless they pair. And tie it is.
Oh, shit. Yeah, I get the extra 5K. What?
You'll win. Congratulations.
I accept your congratulations. Thank you.
And Lanny also knows that he's going to be all in into the big stacks behind him. So, David's going to call him pretty liberally or pretty correctly in these spots.
1.3 is maybe even 1.3. 1.3.
Dick knows he can only get so out of line in David's big blind, so he wants to make sure it all adds up.
I had 1.4 before you stole my 40. Was the other one 60?
David got that info sent to him from the ace-5. They're on a delay, so he's probably just finding out about that one. David certainly has, at minimum, his wife on the rail helping him figure out what his opponents are doing. And 10 deuce here for Yen. I expect him just to let this one go again. No reason to get too out of line here. And again, all players are still worried about Lanny's short stack. It is definitely chilly in here, so if you make the feature tables for the 5,300 main event the next 5 days, I highly recommend bringing the proper jackets or whatever you need to stay warm. Production room is not the same as the giant ballroom full of people.
Tournament Polly. Nice. What's up? It's just standing behind you.
All right, action continues here. Dan certainly folding the 7 high. All right, 10-9 suited for Yen here. Curious how this hand plays out. This should be an easy raise. David's probably going to 3-bet him with the ace-9, but you still got to make him do it when you have that kind of hand. Okay, so he's going to use a time extension right away on the button.
I just need like every 10 to 15 minutes.
Like that? I don't think I've ever seen something.
Oh my goodness. What is that?
So he chooses to 3x over other sizes. David pretty much had in mind he was 3-betting most sizes. This one, he's got to make sure it's not revealing something obvious in a different direction. I think if he was facing 45, he would have definitely 3-bet 100%, but I think he wanted to think it over. The 3x was a little different. He goes ahead, makes it 250 as expected. It's definitely big. It definitely sends the message you don't want to continue. And sure enough, I expect him just to let this go. He used the time bank just to open. Maybe that was enough information that David needed to say, okay, why would you do that with a premium?
It's a disaster.
So that's a new one for me. I've never seen that before. Use the time bank before you raise, then 3x, and David goes ahead and goes after it. Very nice hand. Well played.
Yeah.
You were ready. I thought you wanted to fit.
Huh?
I thought you wanted to fit.
Yeah, I need to hit the 5 figs. Yeah. What day is today? Like the 10th or something? What day is today? Yeah, my rent's due next week. I need at least. Yeah, I need a couple $100 short, so.
Congrats.
And my rent's due?
Oh, oh my gosh. I thought you said your wife was due.
No.
Table talk, getting amusing.
I'm going for rent money right now.
I thought you were going for the baby.
Bunch of 7 highs. Those are tough hands to play.
My wife was doing a couple days. I wouldn't be sitting with you guys. It's like the last thing I'd do with my life right now. Yeah. What would I do?
Ace 2 suited on the button. Almost certainly a raise here for David. Gonna be 50. I'd forgotten the blinds had gone up. The 60,000 was less of a big deal than I expected. I apologize, everybody. The blinds are 25,000 now. That was just a slip up on my part. Ignore all the comments about the previous hand. The 60 is very standard there. Everything else was fine. I thought the blinds were still 10-20 with a little bit of that commentary.
You're applying that pressure. That big stack pressure, huh?
All right.
Gangsta.
Dave decided just to rip all in there. It looked like about less than 20 big blinds effective. He was just, if they woke up with a hand, you know, and they called so be it. He was going to be at least 30%, but he also was going to get a lot of better hands to fold. You know, if they have a hand like ace eight there, hand like pocket sixes, pocket fives, like those hands are just going to have to fold based on all the table dynamics that we spoke about earlier. So David was aware that was his best chance of capturing that pot and, you know, getting some better hands to fold. And even if they did wake up with a hand, he was going to be in, and, you know, he was going to be live enough to be in there. All right, so Eric's going to muck this ace-6 up front. Lanny's probably all in with his ace-deuce. I can't imagine he can find a fold here with this short stack. Wow, he does. Very interesting. I don't mind it. I think I would have gone with it, though. Like, how likely is he to find a better opportunity in the next couple hands? He's literally going to be under the gun next hand. Then he's going to have to pay 2.5 blinds to the blinds. I think he's going to get really short really quick, missing that opportunity. So Yen opened to 50 here. It looks like we don't have his hand yet on the graphics. David folded the ace-deuce. Don't mind it.
Two stacks of 5Ks behind the three, right?
Yeah, he's got 500 in raise.
Thank you.
I'd have been a little surprised if he did anything there. I mean, it was certainly, if you raise, your cards don't always matter too much, trying to put the pressure on. But that is not a good spot to defend. He's going to have to check fold way too often. All right, Lanny, I don't know, buddy. That ace-deuce was a tough one. He might have ran into it behind him, though. We actually didn't get to see Yen's hand. Fast forwarding of the action. I'm seeing more chips in front of Lanny than I did before. Blinds are still the same, so maybe not too far ahead. Where might those chips have come from? Maybe I missaw it. The other stacks look as expected, so maybe I didn't see extra chips in front of Lanny. I apologize. Blind versus blind. I expect Nick to be betting 25,000 on most flops, just trying to take away when they both miss. This is an okay board for him to check on, but I still expect him to bet 25,000 most of the time. Yeah, so in this scenario, Eric just has, you know, not only no chance of winning, but the nothing with the nothing. And being able to flop a queen in a limp pot, blind versus blind, that's a hand you don't mind calling a couple bets and letting someone risk. If they have no way to win other than bet, that's the times they're most likely to bet. So as expected, he gets the 8 high to fire a bet. And Eric's got to decide how much he wants to commit here. So the front door flush gets there. Nick has a 5 high flush draw. Eric has the nothing with the nothing. He's going to probably give up here. I expect this probably to go check, check, and just showdown to Nick. I don't like betting here with Nick's hand, I don't think. Unless you think a deuce is going to call you. You're not going to get called by a worse queen, and you don't expect them to have a king very often. you know, maybe hit a jack or a 7, but that seems unlikely based on the action. I think I'd rather just check here and try to pick off a bluff if he has one. And Nick makes, in my opinion, a pretty good check. You know, not everyone can just showdown 8 high. Sometimes they got to fire. Eric decides to give up. I think that was a good give up. I think he was getting called pretty quickly. It looks like Lenny just colored up some chips. I'm sorry. So I saw the blue chips that I didn't see before, but I think he traded some grays with somebody. That's what I think I misunderstood. All right. Back in the big blind for Lenny. All the action is focused on him. Let's see what they got. A couple folds from king highs. They could have played in later position, but not from early. A couple 5 highs. Curious what Nick does with this jack 9 here. It might be good enough to raise call against the big blind. Nick's up to 900,000. Seven deuce. See, that ace deuce a while back was looking pretty good. But he also might be out of the tournament if he played that hand. We actually don't know what Yan had next to him, so I don't know that Yen's opening a hand that he's not calling that all in with. So maybe he's lucky. 4 big blinds left. Dan's going to be playing really tight, trying to make sure he at least gets the next pay jump. All right, ace 4 for Eric on the button. And Lanny's got the king queen, so this is certainly going to be an all-in for Lanny. Let's see if Eric decides to raise it or not. I would expect him to make it 50 here.
10 seconds.
All right, raise indeed. Lanny's definitely all in.
Oh, sorry.
Very dramatic.
I mean, it could be time.
Yeah, good. Good on.
Could have used it as time. It's a fair fight.
And here we go.
Rookie track.
Okay.
1 for 1.
There's 2 pictures that won't be folded. Yeah, that's for sure. It's a little better than Queen Jack.
A couple of those red kings were mugged, I thought. Oh, no, maybe that was last hand. King of diamonds on the flop. Lanny's got a huge lead now, looking to double up.
All right.
3 of a kind. That'll do it.
Oh, we'll
Quest to 125 and 10 time banks. Sorry.
What was total?
The quest to 5th continues.
he loses the time.
When the last time I said that, I was like, I'm going to finish 6th, and I finished 6th. And then been weighing won $30 million.
All right, he's up to 300,000 now, 11 big blinds. Him and Dan are really close now. It's actually going to be pretty interesting how the dynamics unfold. Other players incentivized to put a lot of pressure on him. They're going to need to really wake up with a hand.
Wasn't bad. 125 from the button. Oh, you dressed up, huh? You dressed up.
Shorts and a button down. Where were these guys when I just played the hand again?
You're in the lead. You're in the lead for 6 in a row.
Yeah. 6 big behind. Player 6 foot.
Couple trash hands getting tossed.
Where are you guys playing?
Player 1.
22? Not the 22? Tip all of it? Roll tip? Did Adam make it?
Queen 8 in the small
made it.
blind.
Adam?
He's given a couple walks. This hand's a little better than the previous ones.
He's unleashing before.
4x from the small blind. This is an interesting spot.
Good. Good.
Makes it a full 100.
I don't know how they let me into this shit.
Had it.
David's going to defend.
10s against ace king. Right away, yeah. 6. 6 on. Just lost 140.
Yan flops 2 pair.
8. Time. Time.
Oh, those are
David's got the ace of hearts.
Had ace 4 off from the
Depending on
button.
the sizing,
Short stack with one
Yan chooses here.
We're on break? What's going on?
Short stack with one small.
I'll get up too then.
Against 2 or 95 small blind.
We're all getting up, you know?
I'm not sure if I almost moved it.
Can I give these guys my
So this time Yan used his time bank prematurely,
Group effort here.
but it was when he flopped 2 pair this time instead of
My phone's vibrating like a fucking...
Yeah. Yo, can you hold my
Oh, they have it.
so like 160.
and I need to talk to
160. I didn't see what happened.
It's actually like a nice production.
Yeah, it's really cool.
Really nice.
Surprised they put this tournament in
I,
there.
I think it was like a test
Yeah.
for like the main, obviously. Like, the,
I'm not making any calls. I'm just texting. Sorry.
Alright, everyone. No, they allow solvers. Nothing else.
thank you.
All right, got a dealer change here. Reminder to the payouts: $2,200 pay jump, followed by a $3,000, $4,000 pay jump, and then the rest of the prize money up top.
I got a couple. Yeah. What table you at? Okay.
Landing doubling up is definitely going to extend this final table quite a bit. The dynamics between the two short stacks is going to
They won't allow it over here.
force some interesting plays in both directions.
What are you playing today? You didn't jump in yet? Or are you jumping in now? Oh, you're in.
Don't forget, if you want to get on this coverage, make sure you jump in the 5,300 main event that's going on.
Guaranteed or 20? Oh,
We'll be streaming day 1B tomorrow and all the way down to the final table.
Is that the set for the main?
Yeah.
All right, got a dealer change. Once again, my name is Michael Lockie. I'm bringing the action to you here from Seminole Hard Rock, Hollywood, in Florida.
Third,
All right, up front, ace jack for Dan. Most of the time, this is an easy all-in. Curious if he decides to open, maybe to play, give himself a chance to fold. Yeah, I think because everyone else is so short, there are scenarios where, let's say, Eric wakes up with a hand and then the other short stack is all in. He may end up folding this hand to certain types of actions.
Kurt changed his outfit.
Huh?
Dealer changed his outfit. I didn't realize.
Like the other one's hair better.
Very disciplined fold from David. He's very aware how tight Dan is going to be playing here. He knows that when Dan's 6 out of 7 and he's playing up front, the hand quality is very high. So even though that King Jack looked very good, he didn't want to play it out of the small blind. Going all in with it would have been a little aggressive. He knew that he was most likely beat. Good fold.
fold. 7 fold.
King 9 folded there by Eric. I don't mind it. All right. Ace Queen for Yen here.
Two raise. 60,000 total.
This table's moving fast, you know? Only got one slow guy. Talking to seat 5.5.
Lanny's been picking on Nick for how long he's been taking in the tournament so far. Or the shot clock, you know, sometimes they want to use the full 25 seconds instead.
5.5.
It's like he knew he was folding, right? He did the whole thing.
Like 5.3. Does it skew either way?
Certainly towards, it's like 5.25 right now.
Yeah, that's what I was at.
It could be like 5.125. Yeah. I'll let you know when it gets.
I mean, I'm gonna, keep doing what I've been doing.
Yeah, because it's working. You're not giving up let ground, you know?
Yeah, I think it's reasonable.
Okay, action continues here. Eric's going to have King 7 up front, likely hitting the muck. Behind him, though, Lanny's got pocket 9s. Probably just an all-in here. Don't see much else.
One raise.
That just crossed my mind as soon as you said
I would rather be all-in than raise.
Hey, run some solvers. Yeah, get the laptop out.
We will not tolerate Jonathan Tamayo slander on this stream. He's an extremely worthy champion.
Started with 300.
Where's Mitch? You should be coming.
All right. So Nick's got ace 10 off. All in is definitely viable. It's probably his first instinct. He's probably going to ask himself why Lanny opened instead of just went all in himself. Sometimes that leads itself to being bigger hands to start with. And he might just defend here and see if he flops a pair, and he might just let it go otherwise. All right, board comes queen 4-3 with a couple diamonds. Nick's going to check it over. It's a little sticky for Lanny here. A lot of times players here just kind of shove all in because they don't really know what else to do. He's got about a pot-sized bet left. He knows if they hit a queen, he's probably going to be out. He ends up going 35,000. Nick's going to call ace high. Probably expect this turn to go check, check.
That's a baby.
Six check. One check.
All right, sure enough, check, check. And now it's a matter of, does Nick want to rep the queen, and is Lanny going to believe him? If it goes check, check, if Nick checks, I expect Lanny just to check back. Nick is definitely concerned about a couple better ace highs. He's certainly concerned about a couple small pairs. But he's going to give up. I expect Lanny to check it back. Would have been interesting to see what would have happened if Nick would have put them all in here. The diamonds missed. I guess 5-6 got there. I think it would have been a decent call to make, but I don't know that Lanny would have made it. Wow, he shoves it in here.
Gentlemen, all in.
I think this is a little thin.
Six fold.
Don't know that a lot of worse hands can call him there.
Should have bet 8-time banks.
Might have called it.
You might have called 8-time banks, right?
updated chip counts. Jackson, Yoon, and Nick are still out front, pacing with 35 or more blinds. The other four are getting a little closer, though. This is going to be an interesting race down the stretch. Dan is now the short stack.
Almost accidentally lost the time bank.
It ain't happening. I'm taking these 10 home with me. I dare them to rip them out of my hand. Fucking heavy. It's a nice like paperweight.
Yeah, they are.
And pocket jacks for Nick in the small blind. He limped blind versus blind last time they played a pot. Obviously his hand wasn't as strong as this. Upsize a little bit from the small blind since you're going to be playing out of position. It's pretty standard sizing. Eric's just going to let it go.
Thank you. Worst case scenario, get the other one. Thanks.
And Lanny's going to be on the big blind here. She's going to start with Yen Yen up front. I would not have expected to see a 7-deuce raise up front, but here we are. Matthew's got ace-10 in the hijack. This is a really interesting spot. And Dan's got ace-queen behind him. Wow, this is interesting. So if Matthew shoves, which he decides not to, see, that's a good shove, but he just had no idea Yan would randomly have 7-deuce here. This is such an interesting open. I think Dan's all in here. This hand's way too good. He's the short stack. He is afraid of how tight this guy is. It's not a dreamy spot, but this hand's way too good. I can't fathom letting this go. He's hating it. I can see how much he's hating it. I think he got it though. All right, he 3-bets to 200, mostly all in. Gets the point across. And Nick had an easy fold there. He didn't love it.
I got natural 9. What's up? Natural?
See what the cameras do to people? Just doing this dumb shit.
For rent. Oh man, I should have flagged.
Sorry. Feel free to.
The mask. He
Yeah, feel free to
He
punish
can't
me.
move his image when he opens. Where's the
Little
mask?
baccarat action. Make sure you come to the Hard Rock and find the baccarat tables.
Without the mask, he's not doing that.
Get a natural 9.
Yeah. You thought that's why he did it, because he saw you. You see that? It's gotta be. I bonus. Next time. Yeah, natural 9. That's why he did it. Yeah.
That's bonus points. Get him a sponsorship.
It's hard to know what people are up to sometimes in this game. Matthew just folded that ace-10. He doesn't know he actually made a good fold. What would have been interesting is if he did jam that ace-10. I think the ace-queen would have folded. And I think the king-queen would have folded. That's what makes the game so fascinating. The order at which he goes, everything matters. If you're playing for the win, this is an all-in. If you're just trying to ladder, then You can let that one go. I play for the win.
5, 6.
I think this is an all-in. And the rest of these trash hands are probably getting out of the way quickly. Nobody ever has anything. So fascinating.
A7. A7.
Did he tell you?
That's like exactly what he had. I almost moved in. Bluff on river.
Another pot for Mr. Zarkadoulis.
The guys had $1 million summer.
Sick
He's not
blue
easy
blockers
folding.
that he went.
$1 million summer blind. So, almost fold the turn. Swear.
27，
Let me just fold the turn.
我在香港才抢一把这个人。
If I heard that right, I think Dan just confirmed that he was beat with the queen nine against the ace in blind versus blind, and I thought I heard him say he almost folded turn. Wow. That would have been a really, really impressive fold. All right, this is going to be some action. The ace-9 is definitely going to open up here. The 10s are definitely playing back. It's just a matter of to what degree. So facing 55 now. I think Eric's more likely to make it 150 here than shove. I could make a case for either direction, but so he's going to make sure he's got enough time to think it through. A little bit of an awkward stack size. Feels like a little bit too much to jam, 22 bigs over an open with a hand this good.
165.
Yeah, I was expecting something in this range. It leaves a tiny bit of room for your opponents to bluff, right? So maybe this ace-9 wants to play back for another 400K. It looks like there is room to find a fold. Nick went ahead and turbo mucked it. Eric's most likely not getting too out of line there.
Switch.
Action continues here. Dan's going to fold a king 4 suited. Nick's likely going to raise his king 9.
10 seconds. 6 raise. 50,000 total.
Queen 10 and king 10 both find the muck fairly quickly behind the king 9 raise. We call that first in vig. The player that's the initial aggressor really dictates the action quite a bit.
What time is it? 3:38 when the break's gonna be. If I even make it.
Drop 15, 6 fold. Lines up the 10, guys.
Blinds are going to be up on the following hand. Last hand of 25,000 big blind.
7 fold. 1 fold. 2 fold.
All right, ace 10 on the button for David. This is definitely going to be an open. He might just jam it in. I think the effective stacks are shallow enough. Yeah, he's probably just all in. If they got something, then he gets to see all 5 cards. If not,
3 raise.
all right.
50,000 total.
He did elect just to raise. Maybe actually that's fair. Yeah. Well, he was trying to induce, and unfortunately, it looks like he's going to get the action from Dan that he was trying to avoid. If David can find a fold here, I would be really impressed. This is a tough spot. Raise on the button. You got to assume Dan, even though he has played fairly tight, you got to assume he's at least a little bit capable. Anyone wearing Versace can't be bluffing a little more than you think. I'm just going to be honest about that one.
175.
Raise.
Oh, wow. He went with just 175 instead of all in. Okay.
Gentlemen,
All right.
C3 all in.
Call.
5 call.
Yep. Both players had very good hands for what was
Has it
expected.
been hot?
They have.
Tens have been hot right there.
So that means I should be rooting for a chop, really.
I do think the 175 instead of 425 really
That's one place closer to fifth.
really is stronger, a lot stronger, but I don't think Dave could fold. Like I said, he should have. I would have been all in the first place, so it wouldn't have mattered. And Dan would have called my all in probably.
Okay.
10-10 deuce. Rainbow.
You need the, if
That's-
you need the
Look at that bang.
Oh, it's
And 10 of clubs right away.
That other 10.
2 pair for David.
Take your queen of clubs for sweat. Queen of clubs.
I think that that's very simple.
All right.
Oh, he's doing the
Jack and a jack
That's,
only for Dan. David's going to extend his lead.
Stand up.
GG, guys.
Oof.
Good game. Good game.
Queen of spades breaks it off. Very good game.
I played with you yesterday. Put on the clinic.
Lan is excited about his ladder.
Thanks, man.
Can pay his rent now. Congrats to Dan. 7,300. Great run.
Oh, wait.
Let's swap in the main right now, so that I could get a little bit of that. What do you think?
Maybe if we get deep.
What? No, it's just right now, 5%.
Hand down.
No?
No.
You're gonna regret it.
I believe it.
August is my month.
All right. All 6 players are guaranteed at least 9,500.
It's hot as fuck.
Next pay jump is $3,000, then a 4,000 pay jump after that.
1%.
And also, David just extended his lead by a decent amount. I expect him to probably have upwards of a third of the chips in play now.
7 times 50.
I got confused.
Tens have been hot, bro.
I know. I was thinking about that.
Yeah, so blinds did go up.
Raise. 65,000.
Eric, see, somebody else used the time bank for the 10-9 suited just to open it. These are interesting spots. I'm curious if that becomes a thing we see going forward, where it's like hands they know that they're supposed to raise with, but maybe at the final table they're nervous to play it in the way that they normally would. So they're actually using the time bank up front. That's a little interesting to me. I definitely don't mind Matthew's king 10 fold on the button.
Yeah, I know, because I knew you guys were out.
Why are you telling him? You would have had an advantage.
No, I did that. I knew you guys weren't in the hand. That's why. I doubted that. I don't like the graphics on these cards. Well, actually, no.
All right, Nick's gonna defend the
I don't like
5-6.
either, the big face.
He's just trying to pan for gold.
They are hard to pick. No, they got the metal shit in there. That's why.
Too big.
That's gonna be a good start for him. Flops a pair and a gut shot. It's in very good shape against the 10-9.
I guess now I thought I had them.
These boards obviously favor the big blind a lot versus the razor, and as a way to protect some equity here, he's just gonna lead out. Very, very good raise here. I'm very curious how Nick's going to react to this. You know, in a way, Nick's lead was a way of saying, I want to see where I'm at. I think I got the best hand. But if you play back at me, my hand's going to be really bad against that. So now, is Eric capable of raising as a bluff here? It's hard to know. I would venture no in game. I would be hard-pressed to think this is a bluff ever.
6 call.
Very impressive call. Would have been one I would have had trouble making. Jack of hearts. Definitely scares both players. Eric now has a gut shot to go with his overcards.
My moat.
If Nick checks, types of hands Eric is representing are more like hands like pocket nines, pocket tens, hands that aren't going to continue bluffing on that board. So I was actually curious what that was going to look like. Jack pairing on the river actually might give Eric the ability to bluff in this pot if he decides to take it. I'd be a little surprised if Nick leads here. It's a very polarizing spot. His bets are going to get called by better hands, and worse hands are just going to fold. So I'm not seeing a lot of advantage to betting here from Nick.
Especially with the cameras on.
But check calling is going to be very difficult also. So I'm not really sure what the best option is of those. Wow.
Listen,
He might have been turning his hand into a bluff there.
Huh?
bluffed it.
I did. Yeast.
You know, if we asked him there, I don't think that was a value shove. I don't think he was expecting worse hands to call, but good pot either way. 1.8 for David Jackson and 1.1 for Nick. Big lead for those guys. Couple short stacks now.
Bluff best hand, considering how fast he
Oh, I see. He just said I might have bluffed the best hand. Yeah. Yeah. So like I said, he was definitely bluffing there. I'm not like if I'm in Siegel's seat with like pocket eights there, right? Just a random hand like that. If he's getting that hand to fold, then by all means, it's an amazing shove, super profitable, very good. If you're not getting a hand like pocket eights to fold, not sure how profitable that is. I'd be curious what some other people think. All right, ace jack here facing a raise. He's definitely all in here. Yeah, after he saw that 7-deuce situation.
How much is that?
I'm just going to hope for a fold on the
430,000 total?
I'd probably shot. Actually turned the gutter ball.
I probably would. Probably, well, I mean, I definitely both of us.
Curious if this is a bit of a Hollywood here. I don't think he was considering calling king 8 at any point.
Thought there was like some chance it would fold like 9s, 10s, no heart.
No, yep. So
You absolutely.
as we predicted, Nick said
With the best hand.
Yeah, I totally did.
Nick was seeing if 9s or 10s would fold, right? And that's the exact same conversation we were having.
You know,
I was trying to get little 5K.
that's very enticing.
On that run out, if I had pocket 8s or pocket 9s or pocket 10s, I would probably be calling Nick there. It's so hard for him to have a jack. I mean, certainly he could have a flush, but his 2 pairs got counterfeited, you know, all that stuff.
Hey guys, don't stop your cards.
So what?
It's so hard not to.
It's hard not to, I mean,
When you look at them, you let them go. They're just like metal.
Right.
yeah. What do you want us to do?
Give us some new cards.
I'm gonna be pretty accurate with that. We're getting there.
I think when like after you look at it, it kind of hits back to fell. It just sounds like we're snapping.
I would have snapped it.
Oh, nice.
I would have snapped the cards first, then I would have snapped it. So this is gonna be my last one. I'm definitely ripping them.
He's disappointed.
These decks are very difficult to handle, very expensive.
No, you're right.
Please don't rip any.
He's playing a side game. Every time he wins with 7 deuce, his friends give him money.
Chinese New Year's around the corner. 7 more months.
Is that actually like? Is that true?
What?
I don't think so. It'll bring a weird dynamic.
Yeah, I mean, it'd be quite funny if it was.
He's 5 for David here. Definitely expecting an open.
Three raise. 60,000 is total.
All right, so Eric's got 4s here. He's one of the short stacks. Calling would be quite bad in my opinion. You're definitely not deep enough to try to hit a hand.
It's in the bottle. It's in the bottle.
He's got 12 big blinds. Shove is pretty profitable.
I would take you up on that. Like,
He is all in.
I mean,
It's just.
Interesting spot for David. David's got one of his worst hands. Eric also has one of his worst hands, and if David saw his hand, he would definitely
I
call.
don't really enjoy drinking old.
I expect Eric
Unless it's like
to be on the tighter side of things.
You had like 3
I've been out.
as well. I know.
Yeah, he's checking the other stacks now. This is a very smart play.
started with 360, so I got 360.
If the other guys were shorter, then Eric's hand range would be different. Eric's hand would be stronger if Lanny was much shorter. But now that David's realizing everyone's kind of in the same boat, Eric might have some of his lower hands included because he's trying to, remove himself from the bottom tier. I generally don't know that I'm calling here. I don't love it. I don't blame David for taking his time,
I was
though.
really confused what was happening because I didn't see like an all-in button or anything.
I almost
and then
turned my,
figured
when he threw his time chip in, I almost turned my cards over. You would,
Yeah, exactly. Throw the chip in.
I know, like that's, not that you can't tell the difference, but it's like a natural instinct, you know what I'm saying?
Shape of a chip.
I thought they used to be square here, or where am I thinking? Yeah,
PT is like a rectangle.
they should use square.
They should use it.
Yeah, that could have been a tough call for a supervisor there. The way David threw his time chip in, it kind of looked like he was throwing a single chip in to call. If Eric had made a mistake and turned his hand over, that could have been very unfortunate.
You like need to go. I don't care about pausing.
2 minutes.
I mean, I don't even know if they'll allow that. I'm
Hold
just
what?
saying like.
Oh, you want to just use your time banks to go make a call?
No, it's big.
Oh.
Can you do that?
No, because the hand will just be killed if he's not.
Oh, you can't put your time in and go use the
I'm saying, bro, I'll use like 5 of them.
I just asked before. I don't see an issue with it.
That also,
You can pause it.
that's actually super interesting. Could it fold to Lanny and he uses 5 time banks to extend and then walk away from the table, let the time run? That's an interesting one for Matt Savage. I'm curious what the advanced, like if you have a time bank, why you should be allowed to use them in any way that you choose. But yeah, I guess you have to have a live hand in order to let the clock continue running. I don't know. It's like in sports, you get timeouts, you're allowed to use them for whatever reason you want. I could see making a case here that players should be allowed to use their time banks at their woo. Every time I do the coverage of these kind of events, nobody ever has anything. It's so fascinating. Nobody ever has a real hand. It's so hard when the cards are face down.
When you get a chance.
David checks his option to Jack 4.
Want to play anything today?
Yen's playing the Ace-6. Top pair and middle pair for each player. Definitely going to be some chips exchanging hands here. Small bet. David's not going to go anywhere.
I use my.
7 now doesn't change too much. 10-8 gets there, but that's a pretty unlikely hand for either player.
22 chips.
All right, both players check here. All right, that's about the only card that could make the action go check, check. Maybe David turns his hand into a bluff. Probably has a bit of a too good of a hand. I do think David would fold if he faces a bet. So he overbets this river. There's 150 in the pot, and now he's overbetting with top pair. I don't blame David for thinking through this one. I think a call would be a little too thin. But is he thinking about raising is the real question.
That's what everybody has.
You know, does he make it 450,000 just to try to get the fold?
10 seconds.
I'd be surprised if he just calls. Yeah. Not sure how I feel about that player with the ace-6. I don't know. Lanny's got 11 big blinds now, and Eric was 16. Definitely going to be seeing some action from them here pretty soon.
There we are. Listen right there.
5 folds.
Shout out to the Gorilla Gaming team for putting all this together. They've been a pleasure to work with so far.
Go to the bathroom, use fold and time back.
No, they're not letting him use them.
You can't do that.
All right, looks like Lanny is running to the bathroom.
Cards in two.
The floor guy just told him to.
Really?
Take your time. 2 raises to 60K total.
Well, he's checking on the phone now, the guy.
I guess when he leaves the table, it's fine.
Exactly.
All right. 60,000 from Yin. David folded the other, King 8. Matthew's got a Jack 9 suited here.
Break. It's 2 more levels. Like,
Don't love calling. It's kind of unnecessary to bluff with. This is a tricky spot. Excuse me, he was the big blind. I apologize. I thought he was small blind. I apologize. Easy call in the big blind. I misunderstood the situation. All right, so the Jack 9 is going to flop an open ender here. And we know that multiple kings and multiple 8s are dead.
it's the most cardio I've done in 6 months.
You were that quick? What? You pissed?
Hell yeah.
That was strong.
What happens when you got an inch, bro? It just flies right out.
You washed your hands?
You have Will's number, right? You have Will's number, right? Will? Yeah.
Quick rent, I skydive anyway.
So you run my phone in here? I'm gonna
Definitely don't see Matthew folding here for 70. All in's a kind of an interesting play.
If you don't mind. Let's see. I don't need you.
Yeah, I think I like all in more than calling here. 'Cause you bet like half pot,
You gotta coach everybody.
a little bit less than half pot.
I gotta double like
You're not rooting for me, Young You're not rooting for me?
ace, king, pocket tens.
No, call 70.
Okay, that's fair.
You can.
I was gonna be hurt. Yeah.
On delay. That might be.
Interesting card here. Now Matthew's got a flush draw. I would probably prefer to lead all in here than to check. Like, you don't necessarily want this. Like, your opponent has king 8, but that king 8 is 72% against you. And that's pretty brutal. So, in a way, you don't want an opponent to have a hand that they bluff with that's slightly better than yours here.
It's crazy.
So Matt went ahead and used his time bank. Don't mind that at all.
No, we were playing 40 at the end when you were still in.
In a way, also, if your opponent has the queen or the 10, they're more likely to bet the flop than not. So this card definitely changes things. Obviously, your opponent could bet ace high, but this is a good spot to shove here. I think this is well played.
Oh my God! You had to see how lucky that guy got. He made the final table. He busted. He missed this by 1. Oh my God! That was funny to watch. At 79 bucks.
And this king 8 can't be a call.
Just 79 bucks.
Jack 9?
Wow, he guessed Jack 9. I mean,
Walk one big.
nice hand to Matt.
After 19 minutes, there'll be a break. Thank you.
Not too much.
Excuse me, sir. Sorry.
Yeah, I think so. You'll see it on the stream. Yeah. He's watching. You're watching for him? Yeah. I know. Hey, you have your dice?
The one that has.
The dice?
Like you want that?
What's in there?
He doesn't need the dice. He already opened with 7 deuce and showed it.
It's amazing that one little 7 deuce play can throw the whole table's opinion off.
That's gotta be the luckiest dice on the face of the earth.
It really is.
I really think it might be. You have more than one?
No, don't
But only one. Yeah, I don't. No. It's.
One die per table.
It's like a 12-sided dice has entered the arena. Pocket 4 is for David. He's going to open. So now Matthew's a little deeper. He can't just be shoving blind versus blind. And now that Nick is in the big blind, he also can't be shoving. So
Yeah, 1.6.
I have 1.1 back. Just kidding.
raise and take for David. Action continues 6-handed. Matthew climbing back up into 3rd place. David still with a commanding lead. Easily the favorite and most likely future champion. But the cards can determine it all.
Thank you.
Live stream sneeze.
I feel like we should just tell each other the hands.
Right?
Yeah.
It's too much info. I can't tell him my hand.
Okay.
Not in this position.
All right, never mind.
I show one power.
No, not like that.
Just do show one.
Not like, I was saying like afterwards. But now we don't have to.
You could just watch the shit back, you know?
You could do show one since it's on live stream. Show one's not
I'm too embarrassed.
All right, 60,000 from the ace-10. David's got the queen-jack next, so if he decides to 3-bet, it certainly has a bluff, even though the hand is pretty solid. Didn't expect a call here, but I like David's game better than mine, so I'm going to try to learn something. You know, he certainly expects Jan to play very straightforward. Like, this hand should be fairly straightforward post-flop for him. All right, so this is a massive flop for both players. This hand could be quite interesting. So Jan flops top pair and the nut flush draw, absolute monster hand. And David actually has an open-ender with 2 overs.
A little bit longer than I thought. I'm like on a Zoom with Owen. So can you just hold down the floor with the guys? I'll call you. We'll review everything, right? All right. Awesome. Thanks.
Sounds like Siegel's making a business call at the table. All right, so Jan bets 50K. David really has the full plethora of options here. He has it's certainly a good hand to call with. He has backdoor clubs that are going to be good some percentage of the time. Obviously not in this example. But if he hits a queen or jack, he's got to like it. A king or an 8, he's got to love it.
They made a break in 15 minutes.
Yeah.
Oh, we have a break?
7 of diamonds doesn't change too much.
Yeah, I think they changed it.
It should be every break in 15 and every 3 levels, every 2 hours.
Yeah, sometimes it's weird. That's good.
It's because that one level it started.
Oh, we paid
20 minutes left. That's why. So
It's not gonna matter for me. I'm finishing 5th, so.
Were we playing 40s last night? We were playing 40 minutes last
30. But
Pretty interesting check from Jan there.
Right.
it was 30 minutes, but then the last.
I think David's going to bet here, probably in the 150 to 225 range.
It's like spillover.
Right. That's what I thought. Yeah. So how are they gonna?
no, the other events are here when it's a busier.
Yeah, they're
Right, but I would assume the main is gonna be.
no shot.
Really?
They didn't have to overspill from the opener. If they
There's only gonna be 1,000 people.
Yeah, not even. At 5K, they lose like 400 people at 5K compared to 35.
How many tables?
It's not unlimited re-entry.
I think this is just a call. I don't really see a lot of incentive to play it any other way.
Unlimited than
I like
5K.
that it's. I mean, I like the fact that it's a 5K, but I like.
I was kind of surprised that it's limited re-entry. Yeah, like when you're.
Well, I think at 5K they'd lose too many people. Like, a lot of people wouldn't play if they thought that guys could play with unlimited bullets.
Yeah, that's fair. It does. I guess there's a certain
Play a
population
few
that
razors, fall in.
Yeah, I think he just didn't. He didn't really know what to do. I'll be honest. I mean, I think this is a pretty easy call with the ace-10 suited.
35.
David's repping a 7, so if he has a 7, he just gets you, and I don't know.
And then the one in January.
Still plenty of cards like the Jack of Clubs where you can still win a big pot.
Oh,
Every other.
King of Clubs, 8 of
I've never
Clubs.
been to the one in January, but I might go this year depending on what's happening in Vegas.
I think David would fold a 9 pretty easy, so
Vegas will be done by then. Like this win will. There's NAPT in November in Vegas at Resorts.
but very nice hand, big pot.
They made the main 5K.
Yeah.
That looks good.
Playing against David Jackson's always extremely difficult.
Wish I checked back. I had a man too, but okay.
Yeah, I didn't expect David to face a lot of check raises there. I certainly would have bet in his spot as well.
Good hand.
Can't wait to see that one.
You're actually gonna watch this thing after?
You don't want to see how you look on camera?
I know how I look. That's why I don't take pictures.
Somebody should post this on Pornhub. Copy the link.
We're not gonna get any.
But if you call, I was going to go all in on the river.
Bunch of ugly dudes at this table.
Yeah, David had already planned out that 400K getting bet on the river. And that's kind of why I highly just recommend check calling there, because if David has bluffs, which he's an excellent player, he has bluffs, and you take away that option from him in a spot that there is a lot of bluffs available. Like, what if David just had a worse flush draw, right? Like, you wouldn't want that hand folding it under any circumstance. All right, blind versus blind. Eric Limpson, the Jack 6 suited, Queen 8 for Lanny. Gut shot for Lanny, top pair for Eric. Expect a small lead here.
What's up, Dougie?
Players expect 70K total.
We started like 2 hours ago. I won.
If we're doing the show one game,
You win?
I get some credibility back.
You had credibility in the hand that I played with you. I tried to bulk you off of a better hand.
True.
You just, yeah, you
If I tell you I had, like, it was so far from the
had
board.
10 or 9 high.
Exactly.
Yeah,
I had 9, 10 of clubs.
Yeah. No, it's reasonable. I like it. I didn't think that you.
I mean, I checked. No, I couldn't. No, I didn't check.
I love hearing these guys talk about this hand we talked about earlier.
Oh, you were the big one.
Yeah. You opened the
Oh, I
call,
opened the gun. Right.
I led on 753.
Right. You led for 30.
You raised.
That was a very fun hand. I
I mean,
like that
you
one.
could have 4-6 there.
No, it's like a nice find. That was
I'm glad we're playing for some money.
Ace King for David.
I would have ripped the river if I did not.
yeah. That's
Jack 10's probably going to be a fold for bet here, unfortunately. He'd like to play it, but not versus an early raise.
Play a 5 fold.
Play a 6 fold.
Lanny's getting impatient there. He wanted to send that one in, but talked himself out of it.
This is exactly how I expected. But like, very slow because everyone's quite deep.
Yeah. Get to 40. It's not going to be that deep.
I don't have any cards, but
Yeah, but your chips
if
matter
you're wondering, it's
a lot.
285 and 10 time banks.
Oh boy.
Player
250.
250K total.
David is not going to go anywhere. Big pot alert. All right, so they are playing 900K effective, 950. Yeah, David, shove is probably happening, but I could also see like 450.
10 seconds.
Don't mind a time bank here. Don't mind the play here, but it's not a good time. Oh boy. Yeah, it's still ace king. You set this up all day, David. I kind of like 475 or 500 more than all in,
Raise.
but it might not matter most of the time. Turbo muck.
Why are you trying to be pulling that shit?
And a big pot for David. Good time to have it.
That's mine.
Why'd you give that? No, that was David.
Oh. Well, right in front of me.
Collusion.
I was like, what is that?
I only have 7. I need.
I don't even know, man.
No,
No, I
block.
got 8. We're chilling. I'm gonna use 2. Use 1 and not then.
I used 2. Both against you.
Couple trash hands here.
We have 5 folds.
Pocket kings for Lanny on the button.
6 folds.
Yeah, he's going to min raise rather than shove, just like he did with the 9s.
60K total.
It's hard to know when this is a tell, but it feels like sometimes it is. Ace-5 in the small blind here. Certainly don't mind him giving it some thought. Could see him playing here. He's going to let it go. Still 6-handed here in the $1,100 event. 44,000 and change, and the beautiful Hard Rock Trophy for the winner. David Jackson has the big lead right now in seat 3.
800-ish.
Definitely the favorite.
I think it's
Just under 7.
680.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate it.
How much do you have?
I have 1.08.
Okay, cool. And how many time banks?
8.
Okay, good.
You're beating me in the time bank department.
Player 1 folds.
Sell you mine for 100.
He got thrown to the bathroom and he didn't even have to use the time bank, so he said he was going to use. You had no luck. I don't know how you made it. You probably went in the hallway, but it's like big,
That was
Mistake still work.
big puddle in the hallway.
it was like very speedy.
Pretty fast.
Oh my god.
All in. Player 3 raise.
Blind versus blind. David's just going to put it in.
Like a full stack of these. It's really challenging.
Fold.
And away we go.
What are you playing? 22 or the satellite? Oh, you did? Nice.
Big shout out to the team here at Hard Rock Hollywood. Jason Heidenthal, Bill Mason running things. All the wonderful dealers, floor supervisors. The staff here is the best of the best.
Thanks.
Player 6 folds.
Players continue to have nothing. All right. Queen 10 here. Rian Yin. Like a good spot to open. 60,000. Sure enough.
Player 1 raises 60k. Player 2 raises 60k.
Gibbs gonna let go of the 9-4 suited. 7-5's probably hitting the muck. And
Player 4 folds.
all right, big blind, king 8 for Nick. I think I expect to defend more than a 3-bet. And sure enough, makes the call. 2 players heading to the flop. All right, top pair for Nick. Expect him to check it over. Yen's got a gut shot. Seems likely to fire a shell here. Down bet to 40 coming.
Player 2 bets 40k total.
I think this is most likely just going to be a call. I don't see a lot of reason to do anything else. Fair enough. It'll be interesting to see if Nick leads out on some brick turns. Like if a three of hearts comes, I could see some leads, especially with how he played the 5-6 earlier in that hand versus Siegel. All right, 130 into 240, so about 2/3 pot. Don't expect Nick to fold here. If Jan's got another shell in him, I could see that working potentially, but as played, I expect Nick to call.
10 seconds. 130.
Yen needs a jack or something to represent the 7 bricks off. So now I'm curious here. Yen has a really nice setup for all in. A lot of the backdoor hands
It's 350, right?
that Nick's having an 8 helps that make sure his opponent didn't randomly have 10-8 less often, 8-5 less often. Front door flush draw misses. All the Broadway draws miss. When you call and lose to a better king here, you feel really silly. But there's plenty of bluffs available. It's just a matter of if your opponent has one or not.
10 seconds.
This is probably going to be at least one time bank. Very tough spot for Nick here. This is one of those, most of the time this is a fold. But obviously he suspects something. Obviously this is an okay spot to think it through. He is right if he does make the call.
Do we have to take these off or we can leave them? Can we just mute them or you want them? Yeah.
Call for 150k.
Queen 10?
Yeah.
Queen 10? Yeah.
Sure.
Nice hand.
King 8?
Queen 10. I mean, the other guy had Queen 10. He called with King 8. King 8. Let's go.
Here, yeah, here, yeah.
Hello and welcome back to the Hard Rock Hotel and Casino in Hollywood, Florida. My name is Michael Lockie. I'm going to be calling the action here at this final table. $1,100 no limit event. Players are playing for a $44,000 first prize. Don't forget we have the $5,300 main event starting today. Day 1A, Day 1B is tomorrow. And back to the action. Here we go.
Yeah, over 4? Yeah. 5, 1, 2, 3, 4.
David's our chip leader right now.
80.
Race 80.
Blinds are now 20,000, 40,000. Nicholas, let's go to the queen 10 in the small blind. It was an okay spot to bluff with, but him and David are the two big stacks. It's just adds extra layers of complication when you get involved in those scenarios.
So Wynn just put out the October series.
Oh, did that?
Yeah, the dates, not the schedule, not the.
I was going to say, that's like.
The what series?
Be sure to check us out in November for the Rock and Roll Poker Open.
Yeah, for October.
I love that.
WPT event,
October's great.
one of the best ones.
I love that.
Got on the calendar.
Be there, it's awesome.
Yes.
Did you see the new Venetian room? It's really nice.
I haven't
I
been
went
yet.
up
I've seen a bunch of videos, but
Really nice.
I didn't go. Well, I mean, I will, obviously.
You too busy winning bracelets?
Alright, so it did appear like Nick doubled up that last time before the break. He didn't knock out Yan. I thought Yan was going to be fully eliminated, but
Owen?
that was not the case. Eric all in, ace king off, small blind easy, sweat together. Eight,
Halfway to a pair.
gonna find a jack. He's gonna fold. We're wasting time.
What was it, Jack?
Yeah.
That looks nice.
Nice. I wonder if you can actually do that.
What? Like legally?
Yeah.
I don't think so.
I don't think so either.
Well, nothing's gonna happen. They're just gonna tell him not to do it.
I hope.
Here, see what you did? See what I did?
I'm saying for you for next time.
I'm sorry.
I don't know.
I won't do it again.
Oh, can you do it though? Oh, that's what I was wondering.
You know, aside from that, he peed in the hallway.
You kind of like pull it up.
Like in front of you. You can't.
Yeah, please do not reveal your cards with action pending under any
You
circumstances.
want to do it with somebody next to me.
Yeah, that's what
It's
I'm.
easier to do with somebody next to you. Just like,
Yeah.
Now I'm in trouble.
It's funny, you peed in the hallway. You didn't get in trouble. You got in trouble for that. That's ridiculous.
Pete in the hole. I didn't make it to the corner.
Six-handed action continues. Very short stack in the big blind here, it looks like. Players have been dealt some really bad hands today. It's always so fascinating to see how much trash really exists. Nick's going to play his queen six. At 80 may even cover the all-in.
Time back.
Lanny does shove the... All right, so this is actually interesting.
That's interesting.
So
time out. Yeah, he's what he wants to think about it. Super interesting.
So Jan's got 20K behind,
How much is that?
but he actually could fold here. This is so fascinating. So
Good point. I forgot about that.
Yeah.
that's a fascinating spot. He folded in the big blind, left himself 20K behind because Lanny's likely to be all in at risk here. If Lanny goes out next, then he could ladder, and it's a $3,000 difference. So this is like the fascinating elements of a final table. He sacrificed his 80,000 and kept 20,000 back with his, marginal hand. I forget how bad it was, but it certainly wasn't good. Wow, let it go.
You didn't want that.
Yeah, you did not want that.
Wow.
Oh, man, he needed a call. That's gross.
I thought it, honestly, I thought it was like less. That's why I asked. I mean, if it was like 6, I would have paid.
It was what?
If it was like 240, like I'd pay.
But it was like 280.
It was 280.
That one blind changed your life?
I think, yeah.
I'll draw the line in the sand somewhere.
It doesn't
Not a good hand.
Maybe I should have made it less.
Not higher than a 10. He didn't have higher than a 10.
Should have min raised him.
Yeah, right? Fuck.
All right, this is a very interesting spot. So Jan's already all in for the 20,000 in the small blind. So that's going to be a different element than before.
Out. Wait.
Oh, sorry.
This guy really breaks the rules.
King Queen here for Eric. I am likely going with this. I understand this isn't at. Oh wow, big fold. Holy.
All in?
All the time back. All right, now you're all in.
I would have gone with that one because Jan would have had to beat both of you. Yeah, like even if like your King Queen's likely to be in really good shape.
So, 2 players, 1 all in. 60.
I understand it. I don't think I would have folded the King Queen myself, but I would probably be out of the tournament if that's the case. So that's the unfortunate reality.
Queen bottom.
Jan is all in with the 5 deuce. David did defend the Jack 7.
Did you look? No. I love it.
All right, so now pair of kings, ace high board. David's not all that likely to have an ace, but David's also not likely to continue with a lot of worse hands here. So
You don't know.
yep, David folds.
That's trouble. Oh, boy.
Oh.
I hate King Queen.
Kings against a 5.
Got some back doors.
You want to toss on the side pot? If Andy's in there. It's in there.
Yeah. Right, it's supposed to be 8.
It should be 140 in there.
It should be 60 plus, it should be 40 plus 60, it should be 100.
Right.
I think you had it right, but
Yeah.
it should be 100. It should be 100.
He could win,
And then he should win 20-20-20.
yeah.
Yeah, 100. 100 in the middle.
Should be 100 in the middle.
Yeah. 100. It was right. Yeah.
You had it good.
You had it good. Yeah. Trying to mess you up.
Dwayne over here, locking our phones. Next, missing up the
Knows
pot.
all the rules.
Make me pee myself. Messed up.
3 of clubs.
I feel it coming.
Any club. You get a club.
Whoa.
Oh, that's a fun
That's
game.
interesting.
Jack of hearts. What are you rooting for? What the fuck? That's
He's psychic.
Jack of hearts, what a call.
Jack, he bucks you, bro.
All right, Kings are going to take that pot down. We are down to 5 players.
Hey, make sure he doesn't not wearing something on the phone.
Make sure he sticks to what he said.
Okay. Calling out cards. Suit too.
Good game to Yen Yen.
I was like 1 in
9,500 for his efforts. Maybe he'll go find a natural 9 the old-fashioned way. 5 players left, battling for that remaining prize pool, 12,500 guaranteed for each.
David,
I mean, if you could call cards, you could call your destiny, right?
you have like 1 point. Okay.
How much is this anyway?
Like 1.705.
Okay.
Thank you.
1.725.
Got me. I think you got me. I might actually have a little bit more. Oh, I got a little more.
Okay.
I do. I got actually 1.725.
Oh wow, so Stone saying, well technically you would have more because of the...
Nah, well, yeah, this.
Anyway, I was trying to make sure.
All right, 5-handed action. Nicholas raises to 80,000 with the King 10 suited. Three, 4 suited for Matt. Don't have a strong opinion here, but defending seems fine.
What's in the cup? Just
So,
Is it? Why, too much sugar?
you need that shit with like pulp. You need the pulp.
2
What the hell
spades,
do I know?
pair of
I've been
9s
drinking
with a
like
jack
vodka
on the
vodka
flop.
for like 10 years.
Gut shot in the backdoor flush draw for Nick.
Right.
Nada for Matt.
I'm worried about your, I'm worried about your,
On his third beer.
I'm worried about your A1C.
55 into 220. Gets the pot. And as you can see, there's 3 short stacks and 2 big stacks. So Nick has taken the lead over David. All 3 remaining players are still quite live. All going to be shoving or reshoving, most likely pre-flop.
Time is it? Thank you.
When you're in these scenarios at a final table, 2 big stacks versus 3 small stacks, there's so, every hand and every position changes so much. Eric could be shoving that ace deuce from other positions, but it's an easy fold from where he was. David has, on his button, he has the other big stack in his big blind, so he's actually going to probably slow down a little on his buttons compared to where he may normally be. Queen 9 for Matthew here in the small blind. A little bit of a tight fold there. I would have been all in with that hand.
It's a bad one.
Especially because all 3 of you are in that same stratosphere, you're in that same ballpark. I really want to, as quickly as I can, separate myself from that group. Now, obviously, that adds risk of being 5th place, but it also, I could argue, prevents you from getting fifth place a lot more than your opponent. So I probably would have been all in with the queen nine there and accepted the risks. And he folds a queen eight, king nine for David. Now in this hand, the other big stack's in the small blind, so that's probably the tightest spot in the table, maybe other than under the gun, where Nick is going to be playing. So
Small cash.
David may be
Thank you.
extra aggressive in his cutoff compared to his button for that reason.
Thank you, man.
Yeah.
See Eric's hand.
I'll do
yet.
water actually as well. Cool one, please. Thank you.
Defends the min raise.
Heads up.
And straight draw for David. Jack 10-8 rainbow. Fire 25% pot, 55 into 220. And whatever Eric had, it didn't connect. Lanny's going to be the big blind here, 40-40. Queen 5 for David. That's a go. Folds around to Nick. Pocket aces, huh? All right, raise to 80 here. 10 tray in the small blind for Eric. He's going to let it go. And let's see what Lanny's working with. 4-5 of hearts. Raise and take with the aces, unfortunately. That's the reality sometimes. Nick and David are taking turns jabbing, diving, ducking, dodging, trying to whittle away their opponents. There's a lot of incentive to stay out of each other's way, but there's also a lot of incentive to not leave any chips out there. Definitely going to see some action here coming up. Matt, Lanny, Eric, one of them's going to be all in. They're up to David and Nick, though. They would be whittled away much further. Brief dealer change. David gets a walk with his 5 deuce from the jack tray. All right, five-handed action, pocket eights for Nick. This will definitely be an open to 80. What's funny is, as soon as he looks at the big blind and starts asking questions, you know he likes his hand. So he's probably decided he has to call all three of his short stack opponents. David's definitely going to stay out of his way. And 10-7 from Matthew. See what he wants to do here. Lets it go. Looks like the dealer might be Hank from Tampa, if I see that right. Hank with the haircut. All right, here we go. Each player guaranteed $12,500. There's a $4,000 pay jump coming up, though. All these short stacks are interested in it. Queen 10 for David. This is going to be a open, I would imagine, to 80. Even into the other big stacks blind. Matthew with the 9-7. And Nicholas pocket eights in the big blind here. So this is the type of confrontation that would be played quite differently would the dynamics be different. So Nicholas sees that, or he probably is acknowledging that he's got a bit of a lead here. So in some ways, David's a little more at risk or a little more threatened than in reverse. But neither of these players are all that interested in playing a big pot without a very good hand. So even by example, Nick just defends the eights, where that's the hand I would expect him to 3-bet at a high rate. David's going to bet the ace high board. That definitely favors him, especially in a single raise pot and not a 3-bet pot. Nick's hand's about as good as it can be. So now, not going to fold here, but there is going to be merit to considering folding this hand at some point. I doubt it's going to come up. Now, David makes a queen here. I don't think he needs to bet. I think this is a check back a decent amount. You're kind of polarized here in the sense that if your opponent has an ace, you're still behind, but you beat pretty much everything else. Now it comes backdoor big cards. Eights don't have a lot of incentive to bluff here. And David's got like the worst of the good hands. So like it's going to be a little bit thin for him to value bet. It would be a good value bet, but he decides not to. Seeing those eights are going to be a little bit interesting. I think he's going to be glad he got to see that. Well played by David. And the boa constrictors keep restricting. 9, 8, and 8 blinds for the short stacks. 51 and 47 for the projected heads-up battle. Obviously, anything could happen, but these leads are pretty large. Jack on the button here. This is unfortunately an all-in for Matt. I think Nicholas is going to quickly call the small blind with this ace jack. But unfortunately he ran into it right here. And holy crap, queens in the big blind. Wow, this is going to be a huge competition.
3-15.
Okay. Let's wonder if they have something tan or not yet. Oh, there's the call. And Eric looking down at his hand, likely for the first time.
All in.
All right.
That is for less.
So I need a king. King ball.
Big confrontation.
380 for the.
You know what I need, man. Why are you fucking with me like
Queens,
that, bro? Come on.
ace jack.
Well, I'm not gonna call.
King.
I'm obviously rooting for an ace, but I can't call it out. You know?
So that's 380 and then.
I hope.
You ever read the book King on the River?
You don't want that if there's a 10 and a queen out there, though.
The Barry
That's
Red
350.
Side book,
Right,
The King of the River.
Yeah.
See what happens.
All right, big three-way all in. Let's see what happens. Ace on the flop.
Oh.
Wow, big spot. Nicholas with a huge advantage now.
Oh,
Wow,
10 on the
queen
river.
from nowhere.
Here comes the 10.
that?
10 ball, one time.
What a queen.
Nope.
So that's 350.
Massive triple up for Eric.
What a fucking turn
Oh,
card.
what a turn card it gave me.
Nicholas is going to win a small side
so
pot.
sick.
You called it.
Oh, yeah.
What a
Ace of cracked. You called it.
That's sick.
Oh, it's 350. Okay.
That kept me alive.
300. God,
All right.
man.
Cool. Good luck, guys. Good game.
Again, that was a good point.
You too, bro.
How much
Very
did
good
he
game
have
to
less than that?
Matthew. We love to see him make
he
a
had
run.
more.
He had
Big
more.
guy.
So if he busts
Played with
both,
him for
I
years.
get,
He'll be
I would have
back.
got fifth.
Don't worry.
Oh, sixth.
Oh, he had more than you.
No, you would have gotten 5th.
I would have got
you get a
fifth.
side.
Yeah, I would have ruined your part.
Yeah, I won the.
What are you going to do now? You got
The side should be
I
65.
know, you fucked everything up.
Yeah, that was crazy.
Yeah, but you couldn't get fifth no matter what. You
All
had no
right,
chance.
yeah, that was a big.
It was really
Big
funny
spot.
because I totally thought I was going to throw.
12,500 for Matthew. Each player guaranteed 16,500 now.
My queen helps him.
I believe you. I'm sure that
You
everybody.
mean you weren't rooting for both of us?
I was rooting for you.
Well, yeah.
Of course you
I don't
were.
care. Why
Why would you?
definitely rooting for you.
Sure.
We go three-handed. He's short.
You saw how tight he was when that queen
No,
did?
the whole world,
The whole table fell.
my kids were rooting for you.
It was fuming.
It felt like a very reasonable turn, all things considered.
Yeah, I mean,
It was a very unreasonable turn.
exciting
I love
turn.
that turn.
It felt
It
reasonable.
was a little
Lot of
it's
action.
exciting for everybody.
No, it wasn't exciting for everybody.
Not as
Just you.
I agree.
You guys should have seen it from my perspective.
Nothing better than hitting a card. Oh, it's the best feeling.
1.6 now.
Raise 80.
All right, so now we got a medium stack,
All right.
two
Back to
big
reality.
stacks,
Fuck.
and one really shallow stack.
Yep.
David's going to open the king jack.
What happened to your fifth?
Henry fucked everything up.
I guess whatever you make over fifth charity, we'll pick a charity and we'll throw it there. You have your rent covered.
I don't think so. Nah.
And your child that you're.
Yeah.
and the- oh, yeah.
Child, that's due.
It really did sound like you said, my wife is due.
Oh, yeah, no.
Not my rent is due. Very big difference.
Same thing.
It didn't sound like that, Nick. You're just making stuff
I know
up.
you're about to give birth. There's just 1,100. I really have to.
I would imagine one is quite more expensive than the other, depending on where you live.
A6 on the button for Eric. Go ahead, 80,000. Do it. Don't be scared. 90. Fair enough. Tomato, tomato. Couple deuces in the blinds.
It's $1 million, right? You have $1 million, is that correct? Oh, that's all
A
right.
little over.
Little
That's
under.
90?
Calls the 50 more. And pair of aces for Eric. Just jack high for David. Probably gonna bet like 50.
At 150.
Higher. Maybe that club draw is a little nervous, but no need for that. four-handed action. While you're in town, make sure you check out all the fantastic restaurants that go along with your cash game action. I had a lovely meal at Curl last night. So good. One of the best spots in the country, in my opinion. All right, let's see if Lanny picks anything up on the button here. 8 high trash.
We get blinded out. Henry, it's all your fault.
Call from David, blind versus blind. Jack 10 offsuit in the big blind here for Nick. A hand that can definitely be played a variety of ways. But sometimes you just like to take the passive route in these, you know, battles where it's big stack versus big stack. You're both kind of vying for position. David's definitely going to bet a straight draw here. Nick's not going anywhere. Doubt he finds a raise here. Call makes more sense. If they hit an ace here, the hand is going to be really interesting to learn. Okay, so now that we're here, both players have the nuts. It's on a weird board. There can be a lot of useful information for how these guys are going to play this here. Both players are trying to extract from a worse hand, and sometimes that's tough to do on these kind of boards. So into 200K. I think I saw 90 there. 95 from David. Now Nicholas knows he has the nuts, but does raising make a lot of sense, right? Is David going to continue with a lot of hands that are also not the nuts? Or is it better for him to let him fire another barrel? Figured he would reach the same conclusion I did. Calls the 95. So clean run out for both players. And David's trying to decide what worse hands are going to call. It's like, it's kind of hard to put people on ace king, ace queen, ace jack, even king queen, queen jack. Even all those two pair combos are a little tricky when it was limped, checked by the big blind. If I were David, I'd probably go very small here. Half pot is on the bigger size, but certainly,
Is it set or you know,
it's a complicated question here. What's the correct sizing, right? I don't know how much dynamics these guys have played together. Obviously, Nick's going to raise here because he has to, I believe. He's probably going to go small because that's the only way. Like, you know, you're not going to get hero called big stack versus big stack.
Raise to 520.
Call. Straight. Chop. Chop. Chop.
turn one, check, check?
No.
Oh,
Bet call, bet call. Bet, raise, call.
that would be a fun board for the last hand. King, jack, ace, queen, ace, what was it? King, jack, queen,
You want
ace,
a little bit
jack.
there.
Yeah.
Got his
I got half a blind.
Sick. Those always confuse me a little bit. It's like it's obviously rather. I mean, it's not pointless, right? It's,
For me to raise?
no. I know. It's
Well, for you, I guess you, what if you have to, if you want to see my hand, you don't have to raise, right?
No, they changed the rule. You don't have to
Yeah.
raise the nut.
Yeah, I actually thought they had gotten rid of that rule, but I wasn't
I think
1,000%
some
sure.
spots that, like, Very few times that could be like collusion, you know, like that somebody doesn't bet the nuts. It's either a mistake or for information.
It's very infrequent. You pay worse anyway.
All right, Lanny found the A6. He's all in.
And 10 time base.
All right, what is this shove for? 220 at 40K big blind. Nick might find a call here. I don't mind a fold though.
240?
10 time base.
I heard the 10 time thing.
Helpful raise and take, but four-handed, that blind's coming right back around.
How about 7 high?
No.
9 high good?
He's claiming to have 8 9.
7 8. Clubs.
Depends. I guess I'm the 9 high, right? Alright, that's 9 high.
Oh, okay. I see. I get what you're saying.
We feel you.
Ace-9 for David. Definitely going to open up into the short stack in the big blind. Jack-8 for Lanny here. David bumped it up to 100. That's a little sharp there. Make it harder for Lanny to peel.
300,000 and 10 time base.
All right, he is all in, and I think that 100 made him go all in rather than call. So, well played. Small adjustment that actually worked things out in his favor, I believe.
I think so, right?
I don't know.
Huh?
No. We'll
We're
find
about to
out.
find out.
Great.
It's a very situational game.
I'll tell you after 5 cards are dealt.
David with the advantage, going to the flop.
As of right now, yes.
Outflops him with a jack. David could hit some spades backdoor. That's going to eliminate that. And unfortunately,
300,000.
for David, Lanny's going to double up.
3. Yep.
All right, now both the short stacks have doubled. Closing the gap quite a bit. Yep, 16 big blind short stack now. 25, 40, and 43 are the stacks.
How much do you have now, David?
1.6 and change. I just had 1.7 minus that.
Okay. All right, I have 1.6 exactly. So.
And both of those players are going to use that math to determine roughly 1.6 remaining in play. That's split up between those two.
1.7.
Cool. Thank you.
I have a million. What does he have?
He has 1.7.
He shot 6. 660.
All those ratios are very important in the decision making.
Jack 8, you just missed it.
Bro, that shit was off foot.
Jack of hearts.
It was scooped the blind. It's just, it's 2%. There. It's real.
I guess so.
All right, action on Siegel.
The last time too, right? You were all in. You like hit it and then you locked it up on the turn.
Yeah.
Same way. Yeah.
Something like that.
That was against me. I forgot what he had. Did I have ace 4? You had.
I forgot. All right, Queen King.
All right, David does have a walk to give. There you go.
10 deuce.
Sick.
Gotta swallow your pride sometimes when you got the bottom of the bottom.
I gotta use the bathroom. So now I gotta use the bathroom.
We can, I mean,
I could probably wait.
we can ask for an intermission if you need to.
I would love to
I
take
could wait
one.
for a little bit.
I gotta make a call before my office closes. If we can do it, I would definitely
Where's your office?
in New York, but I run from there. What is it? 40?
Do you remember our conversation that one time at Wynn? Where I guessed what?
Oh yeah, yes. Oh, you were good, man.
I was gonna like bring it up, just in case you didn't remember it.
No, I
should have
totally
just done
remember.
that.
Look, I bet I could guess what you did. I remember the table we were at.
How much do you have now?
16.
So, okay, thank you.
You say 6'10"?
16.
Oh, 16 big.
110.
Right, 110.
Nicholas makes it 110 of the small.
We're at 50?
Not yet.
600,000 for Lanny, 900,000 for Siegel, 1.7 for Nick, and 1.7 for David Jackson. Jack 10 for David. Expect him to make it 80 here. Queen Jack for Eric here. He might be a little too deep to do anything crazy. I think it's a good spot to shove, but yeah, he's gonna defend. I don't mind this. Lanny with the ace-9 suited. This is a very interesting spot as well. He's got a nice stack to squeeze with here. It's gonna be a really profitable all-in for him.
All in.
And he makes it. Boom. Too much for David, and it's probably gonna be too much for Eric. Yep, they both send it right in. Big pickup for Lanny.
Pretty light there.
Huh?
Pretty light.
Very light.
I felt it, but I can go.
Yeah, that was about his worst hand. Like,
Low hanging fruit. Huh?
he is kind of bluffing there, and he knew it.
Yeah,
Yeah, Jack 10.
he probably had something similar, or ace
Ace
5.
5-ish.
I had the winning fucking hand. You guys are too scared.
Light him up.
I gotta use
5K pay jump's got everyone shivering.
Ooh, kings for Lanny after all this shit talking.
It's fucking freezing, right?
Raise.
10 tray for David facing 100K raise at a small blind. Gonna defend. Doesn't want to make one pair here like you would expect. There's always an ace on the GD flop. All right, back and forth we go. Even though the momentum's swinging in the favor of the short stacks, they still have to withstand a future blow. They're still short.
Thank you.
Any big pot gonna wipe them out, no matter how much progress they've made.
How much?
David's going to complete.
1.5.
Blinds did go up to 25 and 50 now. Might have missed that a couple hands ago, my bad.
Swing. Swing.
Check the king jack here. Thought that was an interesting choice by him. Even on this type of board, king jack rates to be the best hand at a really, really high clip. He's going to check it back though. David does make a 4. I could see David making a small bet here.
That's 75.
I don't mind a king jack call if I'm being honest. Sure enough. Does pairs king on the end. Even if David bets, though, I think Nick's just going to call. It's kind of the same. It actually didn't change much for Nick's hand. I mean, obviously it beats the single pairs now, but Nick was calling on the turn thinking he had the best hand some percentage of the time anyways. I expect a fairly quick call here. It's only about half pot.
Is that a jack of clubs or spade? I can't see from here.
I actually wonder how thin David thought he was getting called there. Like, if he was hoping queen high or jack high type of hands were calling him. The king on the river kind of is the one card you were targeting that, but then it got there, so that was a bit of a tricky run out.
Thank you.
If they'll give it to us, would you guys take a 10-minute break and then, because probably in 75 they're going to give us dinner.
No way.
You don't think?
I don't want a dinner.
No, I don't want dinner either.
I don't think they'll give it.
I want to do whatever we can to be able to reg the 2K.
I want to play the 22.
Like,
What is that? What time's that late?
prefer the least amount of breaks as possible, but like obviously, like
I'd sacrifice.
I had my days mixed up earlier. 2200 is going today.
You guys would.
I don't know if they can do.
Is it 50?
I'm not even sure if they'll do a break now. No, I have no clue.
Oh, would you change the break, like if we all agree? Would you give us 15, like now, and then we sacrifice the 75?
What is that, a 75-minute break? Oh,
No,
you're
in
talking
75.
about In 75, okay.
Yeah, take a break at the end of this level, whoever's still in, and then no break at 75. If they all agree, I'm just proposing it.
Like,
Let's just play the hand, we'll figure it out. What's up? Oh, 750, 800, 805.
950.
Kind of expect Nick to be all in here, yeah. It just, against an unknown hand, that's only going to call you certain qualities. I'm going to go ahead and steal those blinds.
Would you guys do that at the end of this level, take a break?
yeah,
And then just forget the next one?
completely fine.
Wrap up the day.
Is that cool? Okay, we all agreed. Yeah.
Generally, it is more difficult when production's involved. If this doesn't work out.
He said, he said they'll
We could
give
just say
us a
fuck
dinner,
that.
but
You're saying fuck that.
Dinner would be after.
If I can't get into registration,
no, then it would ruin it for, we wouldn't be able to play anything.
Okay.
I'm opting out of dinner, guys.
I'm
Yeah, me
out
too.
on dinner.
yeah, I don't want it either.
I feel like
I'm fat enough.
to play the 2K.
Get the shit over with.
All right, A6 for David. He's going to raise his. I kind of think Nick's going to fold his. Definitely not calling. 250 is definitely viable, but he's going to pass. A lot more trash being dealt.
Natural. He would
Natural
love-
9.
He loved them natural.
I'm pretty good.
I'm starved.
Ace Jack for Nick. Definitely an open here. Ace 4 next door. Probably going to find a fold. Although Eric may need to start making a couple stands there with some of those hands. That was a good time not to do it, though.
Probably take $1 million off you now. Just take 500 off you and $1 million off you.
I'm down with taking.
Too many grays.
Yeah, no, definitely.
1.5 should be okay.
Can I have another rack?
At this point, the gray should be.
You should take $1 million off. It's like,
No,
I should take a couple hundred myself. Like, we should each have 100 in grays.
yeah.
Not everything's about you guys. Sometimes it's the viewers want to see your chips. Kidding, of course. Ace-6 finds a fold. Don't mind that. Deuces, though, have a hard time laying these deuces down. I would be all in here. But so the risk here by just raising, David's likely 3-betting here. So I'm expecting David to make it about 300, give or take. Nick's probably going to find a fold, even though this is a. If David makes it okay, all in actually is interesting, or kind of better than what I was considering after I was looking at Nicholas's options. So now David's all in over Lenny's raise. Lenny's probably going to fold here.
You have a better pair?
If he jammed,
I don't care how much you have. All right, yeah.
see, if Lenny had just jammed,
You got 2.
David probably calls, but he doesn't necessarily call.
Big hand.
Yeah.
Can I have a rack as well?
Those are 150s. The we have 300 in. 500. No.
150.
All right, cool. Nice.
Here's an.
Yeah, if I can.
A 500?
What's the 500?
Yeah.
Oh, that's
It's cool.
It looks nice.
I didn't think I was gonna get a 500.
I just took some blues though.
Yeah.
I want some blues.
I don't know how.
You ain't gonna bet 500.
I don't know how.
Gotta get to the turn, I guess.
Is. Yeah, it's.
Get to the turn, you can bet 500.
Thought the hundreds would be implemented before a 5. But
That yellow chip you see there is a 500K unit.
how much do you have, David?
1.4.
Yeah. 1.450.
Okay, thank you.
Curious how Nick plays this.
All in.
3-bet all in. That is one of the things I considered. David's going to have a tough time having a hand there.
Mistake. I wasn't worried.
He'd have to double check the cards for sure.
Yeah.
I wish. In my younger days, I would have had it.
Yeah.
Another 500.
Okay. Thank you.
Pretty soon I'll have 1 chip. You'll have 4 chips.
I wanted some blues or something. Mind if I get blues and
Let's just color everything up to 500K. We'll have 6 chips on the table.
Are there 100Ks in the store, or is it just 500Ks?
All right. This is full.
Dwayne, you can just play. You can put just 6 yellows on the table. We'll
I
have
don't
everything
never
covered.
lose. I just. I don't know. I guess it does make it like easier to count, but
Yeah.
Very easy.
it's not all that difficult to begin with.
All right, David opens the ace-4, and Eric's got aces behind here. I could easily see Nick getting out of line.
10 seconds.
250.
All right, there it is, 250 now. Eric's gonna peek down at 2 aces. Wow. So his 605 is probably going. I don't see any reason just to call or anything like that.
10 seconds.
Ooh, using his time bank with aces. That's a veteran move. It's a veteran move.
Because I was.
Yeah, David was just admitted he was going to rip it in over that queen jack.
I gotta use the bathroom, man. Yeah, pause it.
Can we get the okay on a break after this one? No go?
No, no. I have to use the bathroom. Are we able to pause like 3 minutes, or you can't do no time? Fuck. Can you use like
David, just run.
things for me? Oh, am I in the blind? I'm in the blind.
Yeah, you're in the
Man,
blind.
I gotta use the bathroom. Shit.
I'll use 2 time banks for you if you use 2 time banks for me. All right.
A good way what happened. Now,
380 to win 1.1 just about. But it's a cold 4, so like this hand is so good. Like even ace king is a little bit optimistic, I think, from Nick.
I got the good luck 10 banks though, you know? I don't know. I don't want to fuck up my juju over here.
There you go.
Yep, lays it down.
God, I was going at it. I would have had it. We had aces.
Yeah.
Well, I wouldn't have done it. I had ace 4 diamond though. I was about to get it. I was going with it.
You would have gotten a quicker fold.
Yeah. I was going with it. Like ace 4 diamonds.
Yep, big pot.
Like I can't pass this one off.
Yeah, David was going to bluff with his ace-4 there. He suspected the same thing, but Siegel just woke up with the hand.
Good time for aces.
9s and 10s.
5 to go into the money. I had aces cracked by 6s. Zach cracked me. You were at the table, right? I mean, I can't do anything with the size, and there's no one. What'd you make it? 250?
Yeah, 250. Picked up 450.
Bit unlucky for Nick there. I don't mind the play at all. David even having a hand that he was willing to bluff with is a little unlucky too.
We'll move. Like one more.
Trade the 25 guys.
Wait, can I get 2 yellows? Are we doing that? Can we do it?
He said no.
No.
It's fucking ridiculous. Pretty strict, man.
I mean, if we all use our time banks, 30 seconds times 40, we get like an hour just throwing out time banks.
I don't know. I'm chilling, but it would be cool if we could have 100K chips.
Yeah, 100K chips. He said we don't have them.
For this set,
Jack 10's going to raise.
I guess these aren't of this. That honestly makes more sense.
Trust me, guys, there's a lot that goes into every decision, and everyone's doing the best they can.
I gotta pick that too. Fucking first here. I'll drink this beer to make me want to pee more.
Eric opened the Jack 10 here. Nicholas with the ace deuce suited.
Here you
Is it
go.
a decent option to raise all in here? I think against another opponent he would have. And big flop for both players here. So nut flush draw for Nicholas. Top 2 pair for Eric. Pretty large sizing here. Nick's probably just going to go with it. I expect him to raise all in here. I mean, there's chances he's against like king, queen, or some other hands like that that he might even be slightly ahead of. Maybe some worse flush draws.
460.
All right, and there we go. All in and call. Top 2 against the flush draw.
Sorry.
Let's get a hold.
All right, big spot here. Nick needs a club to make a flush. Queen of clubs gets him there. Now Eric has 4 cards to make a full house. That is not going to be it. Eric, unfortunately, is our 4th place finisher. Very good game, Eric Siegel.
Long story short.
Well played.
Ace high flush draw against top 2. Hey, now you don't need a break.
16,500 for Eric.
Oh, they're going to the flop. Oh, huge flop.
22,000 now guaranteed for each player.
I'll take first. You guys chop second and third.
You guys just want to chop? You guys want to chop or what? You guys want to chop? I don't want the trophy. I don't care who takes the pictures. Just chop them out.
Lanny's going to advocate a chop here, and these.
Hey, what time?
That's the reason I would.
What time is the? Oh,
5:45.
all right, let's keep.
Keep it moving?
Wait,
It's a,
4 Okay.
we got.
You guys got 90 minutes to register the 2K.
Okay. Yeah, if it gets to that point,
We'll talk.
I would like
We'll
to
talk.
play for now, but
Yeah, if it gets close,
We got to flip for the trophy,
at
though.
least go register.
We got to flip for the trophy.
you have David. How much do you have now? Sorry, I don't even.
15,
Obviously, it hasn't changed.
12, 12:45.
12.44. Okay.
All right. Nick's up to about 3.1 million.
And then how much is that?
Nickel.
Okay, thank you. On.
Out.
I think it'll be over before we have to.
I don't know. You guys can have a heads up battle if I bust.
Well, at that point, I mean, I don't know.
I think it'll be over. Pretty sure it'll be over. It's too shallow.
I'm going to guess these guys aren't going to have a long heads-up match. I understand why Lanny might think that's possible, but I think those chips are going to be moving. All right, 10 big blinds for Lanny, 24 for David, 65 for Nick.
Oh, that was a big flip because he had 1.1, right? A little bit over.
Threes for Lanny here.
Yeah.
Ooh, this looks like it's going to be a confrontation here.
10 time banks.
All right.
All in.
Let's see.
What's the first card?
Okay, I'll call.
I'm gonna
Call.
All right.
Is that an all in for 10?
Ace
Yeah,
of
right.
clubs. We need this one.
Would do precisely what you did.
Which is 500,000 and 3 time banks.
I know.
All right, big flip. We're going to be three-handed or heads up.
It's the wrong 6.
Good board for Lanny so far. Deuce pairs clean. David's going to need an ace or a 6 and does not get it. Trays are going to double up.
Get the banana.
Fewer trips, the better, bro.
Hey,
David's played a heck of a game, but some of those pots just haven't fallen his way. I think he's the short stack now.
4, 5, 6,
Good, like 6.5.
7.
Well, 7, yep. That's still 16 blinds. Lanny's going to start the action with the 9-7. Like David all in here.
All in.
How's the first one look?
It's a great hand, but can't do it.
Oh, for 12, you can't do it?
Had diamonds too.
Sick.
All right, raise and take for David.
Golly. Where's the ace sits at when you need it?
I didn't want to say it during the hand. I had a 6. Yeah, I mean, not looking bad. It's not looking as good.
It's easy to say when you're sitting on about 4 million in chips.
950.
950.
Yerp. And 10 time banks.
Thank you.
Time bank bit never gets old. All right, ace-5 for David here. Ripping it in. 2 folds.
Oh, wait. Sorry.
All right, deuces on the button for Nick. Expect him to make it 100. I think shove is unnecessary, but yeah, could be better. I'm not sure.
I felt it. Wasn't good enough.
So that's how it's going to be every hand now? You're just going to fucking...
No, that was his first hand. I folded my first button.
But the answer is yes, that is what it's going to be every hand.
Yeah.
It ruined everything. That's crazy. You might have did something I could have
A
folded.
lot of pre-flop game going right now.
Yeah, right.
I just like overlooked the stack distribution. This guy's gonna mush me. 100. I got most of them.
All in.
All right, all in with 5s for David. Lanny made 100 with the ace-6. Nick's going to get out of the way, jack-8. Curious what Lanny does here. I could see him folding.
Wow. I'm going to use a time bank.
First one.
16.4.
No. I don't think so.
All right, I fold.
I know. I know. That's why I'm
Folded a big card.
We're
too.
trying. You know?
Big card.
Ace of spades. Sits of hearts. I could beat sits of hearts. So you talking about the ace of spades.
Going to be interesting to see how these short stacks interact. Definitely been.
Well, the last one was
Just now.
was
The
dirty.
big one.
Yeah.
No.
What's
No.
that?
It was actually pretty behind.
Yeah, I mean, results wise, it was definitely fairly behind.
Are you in the 2200? How much chips you start with? You start with 25K, and you're at what? 1K big blind now.
Raise and take from Nick.
How many runners is the 2K? Oh, wow.
You thought it was gonna be more or less?
I thought it was going to be less.
Less?
Yeah. definitely thought it was going to be less. I mean, this had 200 yesterday.
Yeah.
I mean, I guess people are coming today.
I thought it would be more. Yeah, because everybody to the main event is coming.
Right. Yeah, a lot of people probably get in today.
All right, action on the button. Nick's got 9-8.
Live stream, but the 2K isn't.
They just wanted to test it out. We got something.
Yeah, we're not going to put the 2K on tomorrow. We got main event.
That's fair. I like the 100 phrase. You have 7 on your room.
And 10-time banks.
You have like 9 and change.
If David defends his blind,
850, 870. 870.
Okay, perfect. Thanks.
and big flop for Nick and not a whole lot for David. Checks it over. Should be betting small here pretty often. 65 or whatever, 70. Yeah, this is why you make all these small stabs on the board, because sometimes when you smash it, your opponents may play back at you. Like, this is a real, like, how does he hit 883? That's what David's thinking right now. Obviously, he smashed it. David doesn't know that. But if David makes a play here, I think it's certainly reasonable. He really wanted to. It's just one of those, how does he hit 883?
I had a good one.
You did? You wasn't folding?
No.
Yeah, David, you would have been eliminated.
About to make it 190.
I would have been really excited if you did that.
Oh, man.
Yeah, I saw it in David's eyes.
Fold.
David wanted to raise real bad. Good for him that he didn't. Sometimes it's important to leave yourself out. You know, if you're wrong, you gotta have some shot. Sometimes the 7-5 doesn't cut it. Lanny's mucking the king-6. Jack-7 of diamonds here for David. Gonna complete the small blind. 10-8 suited for Nick here. I'm curious how many hands David's gonna call in the small blind and also call an all-in for 800,000. I think Nick was considering just putting them in there. Fairly big brick for both players. Jack high versus 10 high. Both players opt to check. The 8 of clubs on the turn gives Nick a pair and a straight draw for David. That he would need a 10 to make that, which would give 2 pair to Nick. So very potentially valuable gut shot for David. Oh, he also has a double gutter, excuse me. He can make a 6 for a double gut shot. I apologize for missing that initially. So definitely don't mind a bet here. Just expecting a call. There's not any real incentive to raise here, I don't think. Ace of diamonds on the river. A lot of the one pair hands David's repping probably wouldn't fire here. So I think a bet would look a little suspicious because you're really repping only 2 pair or better. Maybe somehow you hit an ace or something. So I expect David just to give up here. You're probably not getting a 9 or an 8 to fold if you bet.
Okay, 5.
I don't think I was gonna fold.
Yeah,
I don't think I was gonna fold.
I don't blame you. We
Yeah,
talked
once-
about, I think an 8 was definitely getting called there.
I think you
Like,
would fold it. You popped it? You
the ace is so scary, but it's just a hard.
700? 700? You're not folding? Get the fuck out of here.
I don't know. I just was saying my initial reaction is that I did not want to fold.
I don't blame Lanny for being suspicious here, but I promise you we'd still be thinking about it if there was a bet, and I don't know that Nick was going to let it go.
I didn't want to.
I'm not Mike now. I look like a Mike though. Thanks.
You do kind of look like a Mike. What's your name?
Lanny.
Lanny? It's a cool name.
Quite opposite of Mike, if I'll be honest. But yes, indeed a cool name. All right. Looks like we had a dealer change. Let's get back to the action. All right, here is certainly a confrontation. David's about to open. All right. Nick is definitely calling. Little down in my mind. And Lanny's going to fold the 9-10.
Never count, please.
$740,000 total.
Thank you.
When you think about all the possibilities David could be all in with here, ace-10 just feels so good against that combo of hands. Pretty unlucky for Nick that it's got ace-queen here, but
Suited.
good spot for David to double up. Going to make this a much closer game.
That was like freaky.
Clean flop for David.
9 of clubs.
Ace doesn't change much.
It's not the 9 of clubs.
Brick for Nick. There are some chop outs that snuck in there, but that wasn't one of them.
740.
Yeah.
All right, double for David.
Now everybody has
Yeah.
a banana chip.
Split it up.
All right, that extends the gap between David and Lanny quite a bit. Now the onus is on Lanny to double up or get eliminated.
Yep, 2.8.
Much needed pot for David.
10 seconds. 3 feet.
Nick's going to lay down the 8-7. Lanny's got the king 4 suited. This should be an all-in for 575. All right.
Sneaky.
Just elects to call. 8-5 in the big blind for David. Probably just going to go to the flop.
Check.
Although I'd be curious if Lanny would even call here if he was shoved on. Probably not.
Check.
So David out flops him with a pair of 5s. But Lanny does flop a flush draw. He turns the nut diamonds, so now mortal lock on the hand.
50,000 total.
David's got a 5 and an 8 high flush draw that seems reasonable for one small bet. And David makes an 8 high flush. Wow. King high flush checks it over. His David, this is an interesting one to value bet because there's only the 9, the queen, and the king. So he's got the third nuts here with the 8, if I'm reading this right. Yeah, there's only 3. I mean, you have to value bet this. And then he's about to get jammed on. Oh, man, this is about to get funky. So it's going to be 500 total.
150.
All right. Well, now Lanny's got an unbeatable hand. Expect him to go all in. Hopefully he doesn't.
10 time banks. 500,000.
Gentlemen, see one all in.
There's a not David sick. Sick calls it.
Nice hand.
Tough hand. Tough hand. And you can make a case Lanny's never all in there with worse. But I think David kind of made his mind up when he put the 150 in.
Did I have 2 diamonds there?
King 4 diamonds, you know?
No, I thought I just had 1.
Wow. Didn't even know he turned to flush. What a game.
Sorry, guys. Sorry.
I think David might be all in here, and I think Nick might. It's a tough spot for Nick. I think he's going to call. Oh, all right. So not quite all in. That changes things. Nick's probably going to rip all in. Dave's going to be able to get away.
You started with like 9?
Yeah. This is 8.
On.
Gentlemen, all in.
I think I heard the blinds going up to 30-60 as well.
That's 1.2 word.
David's playing about 800K. I think 1.2 for Lanny. Ace 8 for David. Easy all in.
Gentlemen, all in.
And ace jack for Lanny on the big blind. Definitely calling.
Hey, all right.
David at risk of being our 3rd place finisher. And there's an 8. David takes a huge lead now. Spade on the turn. Good for David, but bricks out. David's going to double up.
Should be 8 of those.
Does it break after this level?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Big pot for David, back to 1.7 just about. Lanny's way down to 390K. Gonna need some hands here real quick. Tough beat for him though. Got it in good.
Where are you?
Poker math. The guy that wins the last pot always thinks they're even.
Yeah, that's pretty much a flip. I just had you dominated. I had 6 outs. You got 3.
True.
David, how much did
Twice as much.
David, how
And it
much?
was suited too.
Oh, sorry. I'm not sure.
He has 1.6 plus
1.6.
1.6.
1.6 25 or 30. 1.6 30.
On.
All right, deuces rip it.
I'm gonna need aces here.
I think the king 9's a go here. Oh wow, a little surprised he let that go.
I have a feel.
Queen 5 ain't gonna be it.
Probably not good enough, but it's gonna be good.
It's hard to
Oh, no.
It's good enough.
I usually feel like I get a good hand there. Ace deuce of spade or deuce deuce.
It's one of the two, right?
Or just ace deuce, I guess. King deuce of spade.
At 30, 60, 60.
Good old ace. Got worse on the turn, too.
Yeah, that spade. It was not good.
I need a red 10.
All right, Lanny folds the jack 5 with his short stack. David's got the king queen. It's so hard when there's a micro stack involved. I think you just got to be all in here, but you don't want to go out third unnecessarily either. You don't want to give a walk with king queen. You don't want to limp and then play it weak post flop. It's just so tricky here.
20 seconds is just not enough on a final like at all.
More than enough.
Fairly big brick for both players. I don't think David's going to let it go for a small bet if Nick decides to stab at it. He does have 3 to a royal. He, rates to have the best hand sometimes. He knows Nick's going to be stabbing with a lot of his trash. Like, even if Nick had ace highs, he's less likely to stab his ace highs. He's more likely to stab his 10 highs, his 9 highs, his 8 highs, his 7 highs. And there's a lot of those types of hands. And obviously club or spades could be a possibility as well. And king queen is ahead of most of those spade combos. 10's a good card for David as well. Gives him an open ender. Nick still has nothing with the nothing. But again, it's hard for him to think David has anything either. What does David most likely have? Ace high, king high at best. Did he connect with the 10? That's a concern. David could have a 3. I guess that's the thing that both players are considering as well. But I don't blame Nick for checking back here and kind of giving up. Interesting river card. Actually, Nick does make a pair. I don't blame David for checking here if he does. King high raised to be the best hand still. Obviously he was leading on the turn. Nick could have a 3 as well that I don't think's folding.
300.
So now from Nick's perspective, David limped, called a bet on the flop, went check, check, and now he's betting the river. So Nick can beat some spade draws, can beat the king queen, but that's kind of a hard hand to put your opponent on. You'd think that some king queens raise pre-flop. Would David bet a 3 on the river? That's something that you don't actually know, right? He might just check a 3 and try to bluff catch with it. You don't have the 6 of spades. It's possible David made the 6 of spades. What if you're out? What if you're out kicked here? That's a long-winded way of saying it's a tough spot to be in, but I think he's going to find a call here. It's unlikely he's got a 10. If he has a jack, so be it. You beat most everything else. I'd be a little surprised if he folds. Calls 300.
King high.
David's size was very polarizing also. It was full pot. So it's more likely.
I think I heard a second belt, to be honest with you. I'm not sure exactly.
It's more likely to be the high cards or the 3 of a kind type hands, either the very good or the very bad versions of Jackson's hands.
Time to do what I need to do.
I don't like it.
Go right.
It felt
Well, and both players know how short the other guy is. So
I was like, I hope he don't have it. But then you check back.
didn't
I'll
think I was
down,
gonna
down.
barrel that one on this turn.
Only thing I think is go 450 on the river, but who knows? Might have been better.
On.
6-3 for Lanny, not going to be good enough.
I'm gonna get one of those 5,000s from you, please.
All three players have played excellent so far. It's no surprise they have made it. Lots of tight spots. They've maneuvered properly.
Ish. Something. 850. Like a million?
Yeah,
Okay, cool. Thank you.
like 1.1.
1.1. Okay.
Real bad hand here for Nick. And Lanny's got another bottom of the barrel hand. Gonna give a walk.
I had a bad one that time. Bad one.
You got a bad one down? Good.
Lanny, this has got to be it, buddy. You got to find a spot here. You're about to pay 120K in blinds next hand, and it's going to be about half your stack. So, I mean, personally here, I think being all in with 7 deuce for 210 is better than being in the big blind for 150 with, you know, hoping that you get a random hand or whatever. So, you know, this big blind ante really, it changes the way you can play those couple hands nearby. Yeah, honestly, I think even 9-4, I would rather be all in with 9-4.
Take it down.
We got.
Would have got called by 9-3, and you know what I'm saying? Like, you don't actually know. Like, obviously, the hand is so bad, but
I need it.
you got to give yourself a chance, Lanny.
Last time
Those 10 time banks don't play.
We went to 9-3. We're moving up in
And if I can, that means if it folds to me, you should have 9-4, and I can go all out.
process of
At least something bad.
All right, ace jack for David. Definitely going to play. Probably just min raise because of how short the other player is. And Lanny's definitely going to be calling here with this king jack. And confrontation time. Ace jack for David, king jack for Lanny.
All right, it's my turn.
80-20.
That's how it works. All right. All clubs. Let's get this thing over with.
see when you ask for I don't know. I don't know if that's gonna. I think it's gonna be like 10-9
Is it too greedy for all clubs?
See when you ask for all, you can't do that. You can't do it.
Diamond.
Jack doesn't change much. And ace jack is going to hold. David is going to eliminate Lanny in third place. Great game by Lanny. Love to see it. Fun guy. Kept it entertaining.
Hey, king 4 diamonds. I could have just ended that.
Now we are down to 2.
I'm big blind.
Lanny got $22,100 for his effort. Each player guaranteed $29,500 now.
Are we stopping? Are we playing?
Roughly a 15K heads-up match.
Okay.
All the theatrics and stuff like that. Okay.
What time is it? You know what time is it?
That is
Yeah.
4:47.
And we're 100% positive that the 2K reg closes at 5:45, right? Okay.
That's what somebody told us, but we should confirm it.
Because
I'm pretty sure. If not, we could probably register. This will be over soon.
yeah, I mean, if it gets to the point, I will chop. I would assume you just want to play. Like
No, if it's like if we're still playing an hour, I doubt it. But
yeah,
we are.
yeah, I want to play that. Yeah,
Yeah.
it's like a reasonable heads up.
Let's just go. What time is registration over for the 2200?
Where? Kind of like this corner.
That's his lucky spot, man. Move him over.
I
Get him
just
out
like
of there.
this corner. Yeah.
Good. Get him out of there. It's gonna change everything around. Don't move me. I'm feeling good where I'm at. I hit
Here comes the
10
trophy
and 8
presentation.
in the box. You don't remember.
You have 1.4-ish.
Yeah, 5, 10, 11, 12, 13. I'm short 10,000 for 1.4.
Cool. Thanks.
means you have everything else.
Yeah, 1.4. Yep, about 5 million in play.
Heads up is
You mind if we sit the
About
trophy on the side, or
25% to 75% distribution.
It's not gonna stay right here, right? Oh, okay, it don't matter. It's okay. Actually, I can see pretty good.
which
That's cool.
reader? Which
That's cool. I can see pretty. I can see pretty good.
which reader am I using?
Doesn't bother you guys. Just leave it on there.
Which one am I using? This one.
I'm gonna stay with this reader. I've been lucky with this one.
When you get down to heads up, gonna change around the setup.
He was small ass.
I start with button.
He was small ass.
Yeah, it was just button.
What's that?
He was just button.
I'm big blind.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure I'm big blind.
Right. Okay.
Yeah.
Yep. Big blind,
Yeah, big, small.
and then small on the button. Heads up.
Yes. All right. Good luck, dude.
Good luck, man.
Both these players have played excellent.
Me too. Yeah, it felt like we were going to.
You guys tell me when. No, you take all the time you want.
Me?
No, don't.
I was about to say, I didn't think you were talking.
Last time I do, the less sticky my hands are.
These chips are like very sticky. Hey, oh, I guess it's the cards too then. I don't know, the chips feel sticky as well.
Yeah, they get sticky when your hands are sweaty and you're nervous playing for all the money. Let's get this heads up party started. Now, let's see if there's any adjustments there. There's the guitar pick, the patented guitar pick. All right. Well, let's see. Yeah, I was going to see which players adjusted strategies and we're going to start limping buttons. That's definitely a thing that happens heads up. David's hand's excellent. He's probably reading this as weakness and more of just a general strategy adjustment, not as any sort of trap. It's almost 3x.
Keep close.
And 110 extra from Nick.
Heads up.
Gut shot for Nicholas. King high still in the lead.
David gets 125,000 total.
Queen nine, a straight draw for Nick. Expect a call here.
C2 call.
Brick for both players. Going to be interesting if David opts to check here. He's got a pretty good hand in the heads-up game, but so does Nick, and Nick is incentivized for potentially maybe to turn his hand into a bluff. So I'm curious if David checks here, if he's actually going to face a bet, or if he'd rather just barrel himself instead of check call.
270.
270,000 total. Seat one, 270,000. C2 fold.
And good bet from David. .3 versus 1.6. Now it's about a 2-to-1 game.
How many chips chips are in play? Is it 5 million?
I'm not even sure.
I like
should say it up there. I can't see though.
how many chips does it say are in play?
4 million. Yeah.
Oh. 1.5, 2.5. That's impossible.
I didn't even know. Oh man.
Seat 112.
It's not possible for it to be 4.
Because you got like 33.
I have.
I think they said it was on bid. I think he said 5.
Okay, that's all right. That would make more sense because you should have like 1.8.
Yeah.
Yep.
5, 10,
Oh, no.
11,
You have like you have like 1.8.
12, 13, 14, 15, 16.
Yeah.
1.6.
Well, okay. Yeah, so it's like 5 million.
Come on, guys, your heads up into the first time you're thinking about how many chips are in play. Get out of here.
10 seconds. Seat 2 call.
Yeah, it looks like Nick's going to adopt a really open limp, heavy range.
David check.
Nick's going to flop a 4.
David
10-5 high for David. A couple trashy backdoor draws, but expect probably a min bet here.
Seat 2 check.
Check back, huh? All right, both players pick up some pretty weak flush draws.
Seat 1 check.
Be a little surprised if Nick doesn't bet here. I mean, it just rates to have the best hand very often. Sometimes with the best draw, but not always.
Seat 2 bet. 60,000 total. Fold. David fold.
Yeah, that was a lot of equity he got to fold with that
Nick.
technically 5 high flush draw.
Nick and David. Nick and David.
545. Thank you.
Okay. Perfect. Thank you. Okay. So if we get to like
Yeah.
5,
Kind of close.
35,
Yeah, just
we just gotta.
530. Yeah, we could split it.
I would honestly. I don't know.
Or if we got even. If we got even or something.
We'll figure it out.
10 seconds, David.
$120.
Great, David raised. 120,000 total. Nick calls.
David opens with Queen 7, defend with Nick with the 9-5 suited. Top pair for Nick.
Nick check.
Checks it over.
David bet 80,000 total. Ten seconds.
All right, Nick going for the check raise here.
200,000 total.
David's going to call with the Queen 7 high, probably assigning a lot more draws. Or he's got some real aggressive intentions on the turn. Now this is a really polarizing spot. 3 of a kind on the board. Nick does have the full house, but all the Jack 10s, 10 7s, 7 6s, 6 5s. There's actually an interesting amount of draws that miss now. From Nick's perspective, he's probably hoping David has some of those draws. And from David's perspective, he's probably hoping the queen high is good, but even if it wasn't now, that card helps a lot. Big card for David on the end.
$175,000.
175 from Nick here. Definitely expecting David to raise. Just kind of curious what he decides for sizing.
$590.
Raise 590,000 total. David Jackson raised 590.
There's the raise. Very tough spot for Nick to fold a 9 here. You're really strong if you did. There's a couple queens he could have, but I think he's just going to try to pay. Yeah. All right, big pot going to David. That's going to even things up.
Thank you.
Just like that, all tied up. 2.5 million each.
How much do you have? You have 25?
Yeah, like 2.5 or even.
I'm down to chop it if you want. Or you want to play for a little while and then see?
David makes an interesting offer here. They are almost dead even.
Trophy-wise.
I guess or whoever has more chips. I don't know. What do you want to do?
I mean, I would rather like play for the trophy at least. But I mean,
Well, I would just go all in though because I wouldn't want to get in the tournament.
Yeah. No, let's play.
But I just said right now, since we're exactly even, we can get in and probably have time to rebound.
I'm button.
I'm big one.
Little low.
How much is? Just so we have time to we can rebuy if we have to.
I get what you're saying.
I'm a little surprised Nick turned down that offer from David. I don't blame anyone for wanting to play, but they both seem really interested in getting in the 2200.
We can discuss on break if you want.
All right. 150 total.
Ace Jack for Nicholas raises.
Cool, 150.
Defend with the Queen 8. King 10-7 board. Nick's got the Queen in a headlock for a gut shot, so be a tough hand for David to win.
$90K.
Bet and take.
I do get what you're saying though.
Yeah, just to have time to play. Maybe if you re-enter.
Yeah.
Either way. No problem.
I just want.
It could end fast anyway. Still.
For sure. Yeah. I mean, it's still 40.
Got 40 days.
Yeah. I don't know. We'll see. Just play the break. See what happens. See what time it is, etc.
120.
Raise to 120.
All right, 120 from David on the button with the 8-7. 10-6 for Nick.
Call 120.
Pair of 7s for David. 10 high for Nick. Checks it over.
$80.
80K. Fold.
And down. Both players playing quite controlled heads up. Definitely a tough matchup. Players have definitely been active so far. Nick's going to start with the button. Jack 4 suited.
Cool.
Call 60.
Checks.
And a check from David. Here comes the flop.
Check.
Brick for both players. Jack high versus 10 high.
That's 60 and a fold.
Just have so little like live heads up experience. It's always really fun to get to play.
Yeah, I don't mind playing. I think we'll make it. I feel like we'll make it. I just hate not having my phone. Keep trying to. But we'll make it. We'll go.
Yeah, yeah. Well, I mean, regardless of what happens,
We'll have
we'll
time
play
to
the 2K.
register, yeah.
Yeah, it's fine. We can come to some conclusion. Because I really want to play the 2K.
Yeah, me too.
I was thinking about that earlier today.
And Queen 8 for David on the button and pocket jacks in the big blind for Nick.
Raise. 120 total.
This is likely going to be our first 3-bet of the heads-up match. Curious what sizing Nicholas chooses here.
$440.
Raise. 440K total.
Very healthy 3-bet.
Ten seconds. Ten seconds.
Definitely don't blame David for putting some thought into it. Decides to let it go.
I don't know about that one.
Had a good one.
Definitely suspicious.
I guess the first hand of the day. The one where you opened like first hand of the day.
Yeah.
You bet big blind. I did not have a good one that
You
time.
had aces.
Ace 5.
Ace 5, okay. Yeah. At 10-8.
We've been honest.
Jack 4 suited on the button for Nick.
Four. Check.
David checks King 9. Three of a kind for David.
Check.
Checks it over.
$60K.
Now David's got to try to figure out how to maximize here.
Full 60K.
Very likely his opponent has very little on this board since he has so much. That was a very good turn card for David. Actually gives Nicholas a real hand now. Pair of jacks. David does have the king high flush redraw as well, so best hand, best draw. Now 300K in the pot.
Check.
Nick elects to check it back. David's definitely going to go for value. In a similar spot, David bet 300 into 300 and had a bluff. I'd be surprised if he doesn't do something similar.
80,000.
This is small enough that might get induced on, actually. Very sharp consideration here from David.
10 seconds.
$310.
Yeah, oh, great play, David.
Raise. 300.
Great play. Bet so small that he thought his opponent could either turn some hand into bluffs or actually, in this example, kind of overvalue a hand.
$10 seconds.
I think if David re-raises that Nick's going to eventually fold, but a pretty good shot that he does. Certainly diamonds are a consideration, but I think David's ruling that out for the most part. His hand's so good otherwise. Even if he's against another 9, that's not enough. Yeah, sure enough. 3-bet the river.
1,010,000.
Folding top pair heads up is very difficult. But I think this would be an okay time to do it. Nick having a 4 in his hand is also like, just makes it less likely that David made a hand like 4's full or something like that. But there's still the obvious front door trips, turn flush, plenty of things that beat you.
Seconds.
Mine's a fold. Nice hand for David.
Got greedy. Thought about jamming.
With that pot, Jackson takes the lead. 2.6 to 2.3.
Would a jam have worked?
No.
Okay.
I had a good hand.
I enjoy hearing that at least. Got greedy.
You had a jack, check like a jack. Yeah.
Yeah. Jack four of hearts. So you have like
120.
Raise to 120 total.
All right, queen 9 for David on the button, makes it 120.
Cool. Check.
Top pair for Nicholas as he defended the 10 tray.
$150.
150 total.
David bets half pot.
Cool.
Call from Nick. Three of a kind now. Might get David to slow down a little bit. Sevens and deuces, for example, are less likely to fold here. If they ever were to begin with.
Ten seconds.
200.
200k.
Play some other stuff too. You can be targeting king highs, ace highs, etc.
10 seconds.
Some straight draws as well.
700.
Raise. 700k total.
Nick does go ahead and check raise his three of a kind. Expect that to be the end of the hand.
Seconds.
David is quite suspicious here.
Had a good one? You got one, Drew?
Good one.
Right, because maybe we both got saved because I was thinking about jamming that time.
All lead for Nick now.
I had a good one.
Would you upload it?
No. It was down to wager all of the discs that hand.
Back and forth match continues. Still anyone's game.
Check that.
So it's exactly the feeling that I had after the.
I was going for that one though. After the 200, I would have kept going.
$150.
Raise.
And king 9 for Nick makes it 150 on the button. Pocket aces for David. Getting aces heads up is so much fun. so many ways.
Raise.
Play it.
475 total.
King 9 is a very good hand, heads up. Let's see how Nick wants to respond here.
Seconds. Okay, great time.
Lays it down. Very disciplined fold.
Suck it heads up. Not my area of expertise. How much
Alright.
do you have?
23.
Looks like the players are going on a break here.
So then why did I, whatever.
And since this stream is on a delay, I have been forwarded the information that these two players have made a deal on this break. So these two players went ahead and made a chop. They elected to split the money, $39,000 for Nick. He got the trophy. And David took $35,330 for second place. And both these gentlemen are going to go reg that $2,200 event here at Hard Rock Hollywood. And this is going to conclude the live stream. Thank you all for tuning in. Hope you bared with me a little bit. If things were a little rocky, I will hopefully bring more of an A game tomorrow. Thank you all for tuning in. Appreciate all the feedback. Thanks to the Hard Rock team here and Guerrilla Gaming for all the production. Until tomorrow, take care, guys, and good luck.